Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Town of Wareham Board of Selectmen Sewer Commission meeting. Before we start, I'll make an announcement. I'm requesting that all cell phones and electronic devices be turned off on their mute position as to not disturb the meeting. Any member of the public also has a right to make an audio or video record of an open session of a public meeting. A member of the public who wishes to record a meeting must first notify the chair and must comply with reasonable requirements regarding audio or video equipment established by the chair so as not to disturb or interfere with the meeting. The chair is required to inform other attendees of such recording at the beginning of the meeting. We will now call to order. Roll call, please.
Mr. Chairman, all 5 selectmen are present, as is Mr. Andrews, Town Administrator.
Any announcements?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. We have a list of vacancies and volunteering opportunities in the town. I'll go through the list slowly but quickly. We have openings on the following boards, committees, and commissions. The Board of Health, Board of Road Commissioners, Cemetery Commissioners, Commission on Disability, Conservation Commission, Associate Member, Council on Aging, Board of Directors, Economic Development Advisory Committee, Historic District Commission, Marine Resources Commission, Minot Forest Committee, Open Space Committee, Recycling Committee, Tremont Nail Master Plan Committee, Wareham Cultural Council, the Fields and Grounds Committee, Planning Board, and the Board of Assessors also has an opening to finish off a term to expire 2013. Applications are available at the Town of Wareham website, www.wareham.mass.us, or may be picked up in the Selectmen's office at Town Hall. On January 17th, the Wareham Free Library History and Arts Discussion Series continues at 1:30 p.m. in the library conference room with the discussion of Jamestown, Virginia, the first English settlement in America in 1607. Again, that's January 17th at 1:30 p.m. The Wareham Village Association will hold their monthly meeting January 12th, 5:30 to 6:30 p.m. at Eastern Bank, 226 Main Street in Wareham. Everyone is entitled to, invited to attend. The Wareham Village Association was established in 1996. It's a nonprofit organization focused on improving Wareham Village. Urgent need for volunteers to deliver Meals on Wheels and to help assist the Council on Aging in the with the lunch program. To volunteer, please call Cheryl Johannesson or stop in and check at the Council on Aging anytime during the day right here in this building. There is a query check required, but they really are desperate for folks to volunteer. If you do end up doing the volunteering for the Meals on Wheels, there is a reimbursement for your gas mileage. So it's not like you're donating gas too. And they really are hurting for some volunteers. The AD Makepeace Company has announced that their grant applications are now available on their website. In the past 6 years, AD Makepeace has awarded more than $1 million in grants for local projects and programs. Grants are available on a competitive basis. Grants typically range from $5,000 to $10,000 and must be in one of the following disciplines: agriculture, education, healthcare, community housing, historic preservation, or environmental protection. So if you have a nonprofit organization or any of our boards and commissions, please go to the AD Makepeace website. You may be eligible to bid on a grant. On Saturday, January 21st, from 12:30 to 2, in the conference room of the Wareham Free Public Library, Marion Road, there'll be a meeting of the Wareham Area Litter Mobs Winter Spring Planning Meeting. It's a mouthful, but they're trying to pick up a garbage bag full all over town. This is a group that's out there trying to clean up our town. And again, if you'd like to volunteer, attend the meeting January 21st, 12:30 to 2 p.m. We did that announcement. On Monday, January 16th, the Wareham Boys and Girls Club will host the 4th annual Martin Luther King Jr. Community Breakfast, honoring kids in our community who demonstrate the qualities that Dr. King stood for. It's a rare opportunity to celebrate the best of our community's youth. This year's keynote speaker is Dr. Donald Montero. Tickets are just $10 and $5 for children under 10 and are available by calling the Boys and Girls Club. Again, that's Monday, the 16th, Martin Luther King Day. The breakfast begins at 9. Doors will open at 8:30. The Wareham Historical Society will host a program on January 23rd at 7 p.m. at the Methodist Meeting House on 495 Main Street, entitled Remember When? Depression Era and World War II Memories. We invite the public to share memories, stories, pictures, and any memorabilia that relates to their experiences from the Depression and or World War II. The Wareham Historical Society will film the program as part of a Remember When series, and will ask guests to talk about what happened to them and their families during some of the most challenging times of the past. A presentation on the Depression and World War II will be made from Historical Society archives. It will be a night of testimony on how these historic times have impacted your lives and how you and your family coped with the hardships. Admission is free for members, and non-members $2. So that's going to be, again, January 23rd at 7 p.m. At the First Congregational Church Fellowship Hall on January 12th at 9:30 a.m., the regular meeting will be held of the Wareham Garden Club, and they'll be presenting a preservation of Buzzards Bay, and that's January 12th, 9:30 a.m. Mrs. Winslow, do you have any additional announcements?
No, thank you, Mr. Holmes.
Mr. Schneider?
I think you've covered them all, Mr. Holmes.
Mrs. Begley? Mr. Chairman?
No.
That concludes the announcements.
Citizen participation. We'll start on this right-hand side here.
Good evening, Mr. Cruz and members of the board. I'm Jane Donahue. Most of you might remember me, although I haven't been on this side of the table that often. Just want to start off by thanking all of you for serving on the Board of Selectmen, watching you open your packets and go through them, brought back some good memories and some not so good memories. I don't miss the paperwork, and I thank you all for the time that you put in. It's a lot of time and effort, and appreciate it. I wanted to just take 2 minutes of your time to remind you of the time that I was there behind the desk with you, and I'm working very closely with our town administrator. I understand you're going to be doing his evaluation next week, and I just wanted to take 2 minutes to give you my 2 cents and for your consideration. If that's okay, I'd like to do that. I'd just like to remind everybody that we've now got 2 years of community investment in our town administrator. I continue to go throughout the town and continue to hear very good things about his responsiveness to the community. I think that there's been a marked turnaround in how we as a community have been dealing with our population in the person of a town administrator who's responsive, and I think that having some continuity in that position is really, really important. I know that there's been a lot of trials and tribulations in the last 2 years. I shared a lot of them with some of you, and we seem to be coming through some of them. And I would just like to say that, again, I think that Mr. Andrews has, if nothing else, should get A+ for effort. He has tried his hardest. He's been willing to serve more than 5 masters. We all know that there's many more masters that the town administrator is serving, and I, for one, I'm glad that I only have one boss and only have to serve one master in my job, but I think that he does try to do a good job of being responsive to all of you, as he did when I was on the board as well. So I'd like to just thank him and thank you for your time, and hope that when you're going over his evaluation next week, that you take into consideration that once again we got the tax rate set despite all the naysayers and the issues that we had, the clean audit, the remarkable span of control that he has to look after the day-to-day administration of this town, with all of the different department heads that he is responsible for. It's a lot of work. I took the time to do a little bit of research today on who's out there looking for town administrators and what they're paying for salaries, as I'm sure you all have done as well. The least expensive, or the least salary that's being offered out there right now, is $139,000 to start, with a maximum salary of $165,000. Communities the same size as ours, Belmont, Burlington, Framingham is a little bit larger, but I think we've got a bargain here, and I think that, hoping that you'll think the same thing too. So thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your input.
Thank you, Mrs. Donahue.
Next.
Mathis John, Chairman of the Council of Aging. I wanted to bring to everyone's attention that we did not meet last week, and we made a monthly change to accommodate one of our board members who was having some surgery. So our meeting is Wednesday tomorrow, and it will be in room 208 at 6:30. So the Council of Aging will be meeting tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you very much. On my left.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and the rest of the board. Mr. Andrews, I did want to speak to 2 things. Okay. Steve also already mentioned the Martin Luther King breakfast, but I wanted to just show you the work of one of Wareham High students. When you see this poster around, that logo was designed by Sherilyn Joseph, a Wareham High School student. We're so proud of this. It's the first logo that we've had, and it will be on t-shirts also at the breakfast. So Wareham High School students are just really awesome, and we're just so proud of this. I wanted to also take this opportunity, speaking of Wareham youth, to commend Mr. Andrews, and just to speak on his behalf, because each time I've gone to Mr. Andrews to speak about youth and some of the concerns that I have, he's just always been very, very receptive, and we've chatted about a couple of things and have talked about further discussions on some larger issues and getting the community involved in some initiatives down the road. So it's always been very responsive when I've gone to him. When the Wareham Works 2 years, the 2 years that took place, he was sure to invite us, and we had one of our employees spoke at that event. So there's a sensitivity in the area of youth that I really appreciate, because, as we know, our youth need a lot of attention. So I just wanted to take this opportunity to say that this evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
May I just...
We had one other hand in the back.
Good evening, Dave Walton, District 3. Steve made a comment, and I just want to add to the comment about the group this weekend that worked their bottom off. I was not part, had nothing to do with it, but I went by yesterday behind the center of town. They did a fabulous job, and believe me, for people who haven't frequented behind the stores, there was a mess there that was something to be very, very ashamed of, and that was hard work to clean that up, and it looks it looks just beautiful compared to the way it was. I'm sad to say this evening I went by and already I saw a couple of cups out there, but I'm just begging everybody, anybody who's watching this on TV, speak in your family, speak to your neighbors. Let's see if we can go somewhere with this and clean the town up. It makes you feel so much better when it's clean. And thank you very much. I just want to say thank you to the people who worked very hard.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Walton.
No other citizen participation, consent agenda. Mr. Holmes?
Okay, we have the monthly Blattman, Bobrowski, and Mead invoice. Make a motion that we move to pay the invoice number 7131 dated 12/20 in the amount of $15,000.
Second.
Motion made by Steve, second by Mike. Questions? No questions. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? 500.
Next, we have a couple of minutes from September 13th, 2011. Make a motion that we approve the minutes as written.
Second.
Motion made by Steve to approve the minutes September 13th. Here, second. Oh,
Okay.
Kara, okay. Speak up. Question? No questions, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? 500.
Next, I have the minutes from December 13th. I'd make a motion that we approve these minutes as written.
Mr. Chairman, I will. I actually have some questions on these minutes. I don't think that they're complete.
Second for discussion.
What was that again, Mr. Snyder?
I actually have some questions on these minutes, Mr. Chairman. I don't think that they're complete. They don't represent a complete picture of the meeting that took place.
Can you be specific on that? Or?
I think that there was additional discussion related to following Board of Selectmen policies and procedures under the topic of the attorney coming in to discuss a potential open meeting law violation. So I'd like the opportunity to have some additional time to review them.
All right, make a motion. We can close that. I'll withdraw. You withdraw your second.
Withdraw.
Put these on hold for pending further review. Make a motion that we hold minutes of December 13th pending further review.
Second.
Motion made to hold, Steve, second by Kara. Any other questions? If none, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? 500.
December 20th. Look it up and down before I make the motion. Okay, I make a motion that we accept the minutes of December 20th as written.
Second.
Motion made by Steve, second by Kara. Questions? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? 500.
Make a motion that we have a hearing. Actually, we're 4 minutes late. Make a motion to open the hearing. The application for Welch Restaurant and Lounge doing business as Pomodoro's. Mr. Welch, are you here? Brian?
Motion made,
Second.
second by Kara. All in favor?
Aye.
Hearing open. Green cards.
7:20.
Mr. Andrews? Yep.
Hey, Brian, how you doing?
Good, how are you?
Good. You want to tell us what's changing and why, and bring us up to speed, please?
Well, basically, we want to change the name from Pomodors to Grow 28.
And we did get the, so the board is aware, there was a separate notice in our packets tonight on the query check that was, came back satisfactory.
Any other statement? If not, any board has any questions?
Just one question, Mr. Chairman. How long have you operated the business at as Pomodors?
Well, originally it was Zedis, and then it was Pomodors, but I've been there since 2002.
2002.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
just one question. Everything is going to stay the same. You're just changing the name of the business.
Well, not exact. I mean, everything's basically the same, but it will be a different menu when we change over.
But there's no major renovation.
No, there's no.
going
No,
on.
it's mostly like flooring and paint and stuff like that. No, nothing major. Nothing.
We're not adding seats or.
No.
Okay.
No, that's exactly staying the same.
Yeah, so the only thing you're doing is refurbishing.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Okay, Mr. Vegler.
Hi.
Hi.
You've been closed
Yeah.
for how long?
3, 4, 5 months. I think.
Mm-hmm. And you notified, did you notify just went to the administrator's office
Yeah, we sat down and told them what we were doing.
right away?
Yeah.
When you closed?
Mm-hmm.
When do you anticipate opening again?
We're hoping to open Thursday, but we're gonna have to do it under the old license or whatever. So we're not gonna officially make it to Grow 28 till we get that part. But we're gonna open. Sign will stay the same
Mm-hmm.
till we get that, because you guys said we couldn't do it the other way.
So the hours remain the same as well?
Yeah, the hours are the same.
Thanks.
Except we're actually having the kitchen's open till midnight, where it was open till 10 before. But that's the only difference in hours.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions from the board? If not, this is a public hearing. Any comments from the public? Yes?
On the application of the notice, that I got here on the letter, do you want me
You want to come up, speak into the mic? Thank you. You just identify yourself, please. Thank you.
My name is Diane Fielding. I'm in a butter. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I've lived there for over 50 years. I just was reading the notice that I got, and it said something about live entertainment. And my question would be what that means by live entertainment.
That's a fair question.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, Mr. Welch.
Basically, we're not going to do a lot with that, but we might have like a DJ once in a while or something like that. But it's not going to be like a band or anything big like that. Does that answer your question?
Well, I was just concerned about late night noise or anything like that.
Well, we used to did on Saturday nights. Was there ever any noise problems with it when we used to do the karaoke?
No, we never had a problem. I was
Okay.
just when it said live entertainment. Sometimes people leave the doors open or
Right.
have outside music, and I was just curious whether that was going to happen.
No, it won't be. It shouldn't be any problems with it. Of course, if there is, you can always come over and talk to me. But before we did it, the Saturday nights was the only time we did it. And if you didn't have a problem then, would hope you wouldn't have one now.
Okay.
With any noise, but we would address anything like that.
Okay. I had another concern.
Yeah.
Was the parking. There's a 20-foot wide right-of-way
Mm-hmm.
between our properties, and sometimes there's a problem with the parking,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm concerned about the access of that.
Okay. In what sense the parking? Like I know at one time a bunch of customers parked there and whatever, but we did get them to move them. Is that what you're talking about? Or we're talking more like once in a while a delivery truck? Is there?
A delivery truck. Is there any way that you could have the delivery come to the back door versus that side door?
I could. It's really not feasible because they're going through the bar, but I could try to talk to them all about maybe, you know, trying to leave that space so you can get by.
I'd appreciate that. That would be good. And also, for the safety of your patrons as well, if there's ever a fire there, to have a parking. Sometimes there is other vehicles that park in the road.
Yeah, I know once in a while it gets by me, but I do try to tell everybody.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, I do try to. Sometimes I don't notice it right away, but I do go in, you know, if I notice it and say, hey, can you
Okay.
please move, because there is a right of way there.
Okay.
So.
As long as you acknowledge that.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Work
It's
with
not
us
always.
with that.
It's not always, you know, perfect. But like I said, anytime, I'll do my best. If someone does park there, to, you know, to have them move.
I appreciate that.
No problem.
That's all I had.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're
Any other
welcome.
questions
Thank
from the public?
I have an additional question about
Okay.
the weekday. It says weekday live entertainment, and you had that on your license.
Yeah, we had that on
Prior.
the previous one. Yeah.
So, what hours would the live entertainment be? What days and what hours?
Well, we don't have anything set right at this moment, but it usually, if we have it late, it ends at 12:30. Well, like you said, there hasn't been a problem before. If there was a problem, then we'd probably either eliminate it or, you know, see if we can work something out with them with doing it earlier. But it stays. It's pretty. You know, if you're outside, you can't really hear it. You know what I mean? It's not like a band or anything like that, so it's usually just like karaoke, or we might have a DJ or something like that. So.
And
We
you
could
don't
always
have
turn it
outdoor.
down.
You don't have outdoor seating.
No, not
Yeah.
as of right now. No. No.
Thanks.
Any other questions? Mr. Snyder?
Mr. Chairman, I just have one question through you to Mr. Welch. Mr. Welch, do you have any signage in the area of the right-of-way?
There isn't.
And if, I'm
no,
sorry.
there isn't any signage. No.
Would you?
It's a state right away, so I'm not really sure how that would work.
I'm trying to picture
the
exactly.
one part is on the. I know what she's talking about is on the side of the building. The right of way goes all the way to the highway, but on the side of the building, sometimes people. I don't know if they don't realize it, or, you know, I tell them if they don't park right up to the building, you know, the back of the vehicle can be sticking kind of partly into the right of way. You know, like or if it's a big delivery truck, sometimes they don't leave it. But I will make.
Would it be possible for you, and would it be possible for you to include that in whatever contracts you have with your vendors, that they not block that area, and maybe consider putting some signage so that they are aware that people need to get access through?
Yeah, no, I have no problem doing that. The at least talking to the you know, the vendors about, you know, parking closer to the building. So
Okay. Appreciate it.
no problem.
Any other questions for the board? Mr. Holmes?
Make a motion that we close the hearing,
Motion made,
public portion of the hearing.
Second.
second by Kara. All in favor?
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that the board approve the application for transfer a year-round common victual all alcoholic beverage license from Welch Restaurant and Lounge, Inc., doing business as Pomodoro's Restaurant and Lounge, to Grill 28 Wareham Corp., doing business as Grill 28, Brian Welch, manager, 2424 Cranberry Highway, Wareham, Massachusetts, under the provisions of Chapter 138 of Mass General Law.
Second.
Motion made by Steve to change the name of Pomodoros to Road 28. Question? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? 500. Thank you very much, Mr. Wells.
Thank you. You all have a good night. Thanks.
All right, same
Thank
to
you
you.
very much.
Take care.
Good luck.
Happy New Year.
Thank you.
Okay, next up we have Wareham Subway. Are you here? Someone from Wareham Subway? This is an application for. Hi, how are you?
Good, how are you?
This is an application for a common victualers license from Wareham Subway, doing business as Subway at Walmart, 3005 Cranberry Highway, East Wareham, Mass. under the provisions of Chapter 140 of Mass General Law. So moved.
Second.
Motion made by Steve, second by Kara. Questions for the board? Hearing none? This is going to be easy for you.
Thank
All in
you.
favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? 500.
If you want to take 2 minutes and just advertise your business, now's a good chance. You got 2 minutes.
Well, myself, my name is Pravina Ben Patel, and I have two Subway restaurants on Cranberry Highway. One is 3005 and one 3043. And I was a little bit late to doing my application, so I'm here today for my application. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you
Good
very
luck.
much. Right.
There was two. 3043 also.
All right, well, while you're sitting there, let me do the second one.
Sure.
And I'd make a motion we approve the application for common victuals license for Wareham Subway, doing business as Subway at Wareham, 3043 Cranberry Highway, East Wareham, Mass., under the provisions of Chapter 140 Mass General Law.
Second.
Motion made by Steve, second by Kara. Questions? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Good luck, in that,
500.
good luck in that location as well.
Thank you.
They've had some really good specials lately.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All set? Thanks a lot.
Right, thank you.
Thank you.
Merry
Next up,
Christmas.
we have Target.
Oh, Happy New Year, I should say.
Someone from Target here? No one from Target is here. Again, this is a common victualer's license. I make a motion we approve the application for a common victualer's license from Target Corporation doing business as Target Store, T2292, 2421 Cranberry Highway, Wareham, Mass., under the provisions of Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 140.
I'll second for discussion.
Second for discussion. Discussion?
I believe we're missing a signature on the revenue enforcement and protection attestation. It needs to have a corporate officer signature on it, and it does not. Nor does it have the federal identification number.
Where is it?
On the back of the first page,
Oh, they signed it.
they just put Target, but
They didn't sign their name.
they didn't sign their name or put their federal identification number. So
Right.
I think that we need to send this back to them and get that.
I make a motion that we approve the application subject to that signature being placed on the form.
Motion made to,
Oh, we got a motion. Withdraw your second.
I'll withdraw my second.
I withdraw my first.
Okay. I believe that we actually have to have this complete before we can take action on it.
Okay, well, we'll just put this on hold then until we get the appropriate signatures.
Yep. Mr. Chair, through you, could Mr. Town Administrator have the office contact Target and get this straightened away?
yes, we'll do.
And put it on next week's agenda.
If they get it.
If they come and sign it, right?
Yeah, and it's too bad they didn't come. I was going to tell them they had great popcorn.
Okay, next up we have the Brienne Tusi Victorian Cafe.
I have good things to say about that, too.
Sorry?
I have good things to say about that, too.
Yeah, but they didn't sign it there.
Thanks, honey.
I'm not seeing
That's why I'm late.
Okay. Hey, how are you?
Hi, honey. Good. How are you?
Good, good. All right, this is on the Victorian Cafe in Onset, 3 West Central Avenue. I make a motion we approve the application for a common victuals license for Brienne Tusi doing business as Victorian Cafe, 3 West Central Ave, Wareham, Mass., under the provisions of Chapter 140, Mass General Law.
Second.
Motion made by Steve, second by Kara. Question? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? 500.
Take 2 minutes.
Short and sweet.
Take you 2 minutes. All right. I gave you a shot for the 2 minutes. Thank you. Mr. DeMiranda, are you here? Mr. Di
Good
Miranda
afternoon.
is applying for a Class 2 license. Mr. Miranda, if you introduce yourself and tell us what you're looking at doing, where.
Manuel Di Miranda, 2648 Cranberry Highway, operating as Discount Auto Inc. in Wareham. I was a couple of days on getting my Class 2 license. And that's why I'm here.
Oh, you missed the deadline?
I missed the deadline for the Class
okay.
2 license, and
And
I
exactly where is 2648?
2648 Cranberry Highway, Wareham, Mass. I've been there 16 years.
Where is it exactly?
It's right next to Robinson's Auto Salvage and between Wareham Ford.
It's a nice advertisement. You're on TV right now.
Oh, thank you. I'll take my hat off.
I make a motion that we approve the application for a Class 2 license by Manuel Di Miranda, doing business as Discount Auto, 2648 Cranberry Highway, West Wareham, under the provisions of Chapter 140 Mass General Law.
Second.
Motion made by Steve, second by Kara. Questions? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? 500.
Thank you very much.
Thank you
Good
very
luck.
much.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Happy New Year.
Thank you. Happy New Year.
Ms. Hawkins?
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to recuse myself for this particular item. If you could be so kind as to let me know when the issue is addressed.
Hi, good evening. How are you?
Good evening. My
If you could
respected board.
introduce yourself to the board and tell us your application
Okay,
and
my
describe
name
what
is-
it's all about.
My name is Sherry Hawkins, and this is the 14th year I've been in business. My business name is Van Gogh Transport and Courier. Take people to the airports, the hospitals in Boston. My courier work, I can take anywhere from anchors to parrots and in between. I've loved this business, and why I'm here is I missed my deadline to renew my help me, yes, my license, okay? And I've enjoyed working very much with the town of Wareham, as I have been with Massport. And we kind of coincide together because Massport knows that I work with my town, and when Massport is happy, everybody is happy. So that's it.
So you just lost the calendar. You just missed the calendar date, is that it?
Yes, I'm
Okay.
I'm very excited.
All right. I make a motion that we approve the application for transporter business permit by Cheryl Jones Hawkins, 21 Kichigumi Road, Buzzards Bay, under the provisions of Chapter 140 Mass General Law.
Second.
Motion made by Steve, second by Kara. Questions? Hearing none. All in
Thank
favor?
Aye.
Aye. 40001.
Thank you.
401.
Thank you.
very much.
Good luck.
Town administrators report.
Mr. Chairman, through you to the board and the listening audience, the audience here this evening. The first item on my leadership team update, I want to thank the entire fiscal team, including Treasurer Collector Foster, who's going to be coming up in a couple of minutes. On December 28th, Commissioner Amy Pitter, Commissioner of the Massachusetts Department of Revenue, certified the town's tax rate. And a group had been working for quite some time to have that happen. Hundreds of communities were working towards the end of the calendar year. As it is set, the tax bills went out on time. They were mailed on the 29th and 30th. Once again, I want to thank John Foster, Town Treasurer Collector. I want to thank Elsa Miller, Town Assessor, Mr. Justin Cole, Town Accountant, Mr. Derek Sullivan, Financial Analyst, and Chairman Cruz and the entire board for their support and assistance in this matter. In your packet, you will also find the second part of the equation, which is the certification of free cash for the town at $309,000 for the general fund and $2.9 million for our sewer fund. So that chapter of our history in time is closed. we're now moving forward once again to put in place the building blocks for the next fiscal year. Item number 2, if I could, a very small grant, but still important, $4,950 grant from the Massachusetts Executive Office of Public Safety. Secretary Elizabeth Heffernan notified the town that we had received this grant award through the Wareham Police Department, and it was a competitive grant, and it provided the information to you as to how it would be worked in the future, working closely with Chief Richard Stanley. I'm going to skip item number 3, if I could, Mr. Chairman, because Mr. Foster will be coming forward on a town business matter, and get to item B, if I could. We're going to redouble our efforts in town to put in place something called the Dirty Dozen. We're going after properties that have been delinquent, properties that certainly do not meet either the building code or the health code or a number of other laws across the board. And on Thursday, December 22nd, I convened a working group made up of Chief Richard Stanley, Bob Ethier, our health agent, Miles Burke, Director of Inspectional Services, our town council, Rich Bowen, and Chairman Cruz. And we met with a assistant director of the state community sanitation program of the Department of Public Health, Mr. Paul Halfman. And he was very supportive and understanding of the community's needs and moving forward with this new code enforcement effort. I'm working with Mr. Halfman to look at models, including the town of Malden. Next week I'll be attending with members of this board, the Mass Municipal Association. We're really going to move forward to make certain that we can get a bigger effort moving forward to get our code enforcement in town. And Mr. Halfman, I want to thank him and the state for their help in helping us move this forward. Item C, on Tuesday, January 3rd, I testified after sending correspondence to the U.S. Postal Service. There was a United States Postal Service Review Committee at Town Hall at 6 p.m. I testified along with Congressman Bill Keaton to basically let the review panel know that Wareham is a growth-oriented community. The last federal census, we grew by 7.3%. Our business base is expanding. We're opening up business parks. We're adding to our space. I try to convey to the committee the nuances of the, along with Selectwoman Begley, providing strong support for maintaining the U.S. Postal Processing Center here in town. Across this country, their business model is changing. They're looking to go from over 500 processing centers to just over 250. So I wanted to make it clear that the town is very serious about moving forward relative to the type of growth that we have and the type of work that the Postal Service has done for us here in town. And I'll keep you posted on the progress of that matter as I'm in touch with the Postal Service going forward. If I could move on to status of report of ongoing issues and projects. We are still working with the legislative delegation on Article 48. I was on the phone with Senator Pacheco late in this afternoon, and hopefully we'll be able to get something back from both Senate and House Counsel to move that special legislation forward as we have hoped and have been working towards. Cooperation and update on the school committee. I know we'll be meeting with the school committee coming next Wednesday, the 18th, and hopefully we'll proceed with an early meeting at that time. Town Hall virtualization, to give you an update, met with Matt Underhill this afternoon. The police department servers have been installed. We're working very closely with the state certified vendor and our IT team, including Mr. Underhill and Mr. Rogers of the police department to make that happen. One item, if I can just indulge me, that Selectman Snyder had asked for that I will hopefully get on the next agenda is the financial management action plan with the new management letter responses in place. I'll be working with the accounting team for the remaining part of this week and hopefully get that on either next week's agenda or the week after that, the 24th. That concludes my report, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the board?
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry. Did you?
No, good.
Yes. Go ahead.
I just have a quick question to Mr. Andrews with respect to the $2.9 million in free cash for the sewer enterprise fund. Not so much for you to answer this evening, Mr. Andrews, but I recall a couple of meetings back we had asked for some information from the sewer director, and thus far he's not come before us with that information. And considering, I'd like to know what the free cash item, the 2.9 million free cash consists of, so I'd like to add that to the list for the sewer director. Thank you, Mr. Andrews.
Thank you. Any other, Mr. Winslow? Mr. Holmes?
I just, Mr. Chairman, through you, I had a quick question. Mr. Andrews, under the school cooperation point-to-point thing, you said we were having a meeting next week. We have a meeting at 7 to discuss the budget, but are we still, I saw conflicting letters about the 6 p.m. meeting.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes,
Do you want me to
Good.
go?
You can ask.
Okay. We work with the superintendent and the chairman of the school committee to, I was confused too, Selectman Holmes, and so we worked to have one time, which would be a 6 p.m. meeting, which was the original request of this board to meet with the school committee to talk about school transportation. So the 5 o'clock meeting is off, the way I understand it. The 6 o'clock meeting is on.
And no, there was a 5 o'clock meeting. There was a 7 o'clock meeting for the budget, and there was a 6 p.m. request that we made 3 weeks ago to meet with the school committee to talk about transportation.
Mr. Chairman, I believe the communication that I saw back and forth, Selectman Holmes, was two distinctly separate issues, separate meetings. I believe that the chairman of the school committee or the school committee or the superintendent of the school department reached out to the finance committee and the capital planning committee, is that correct, to have a separate meeting at 5 p.m. on that date, which has since been not scheduled.
Null and void,
Meet
right?
at 6 to discuss school transportation.
That's
And
my
then
understanding.
7 p.m. is the budget meeting, right?
Correct.
Thank you.
Right. May I ask a question about that 6 p.m. meeting? Have we determined where that's going to happen?
Right, it's going to
Mr.
be at the middle
Andrews?
school.
So it'll be over at the school at 6, and then the public hearing will be at 7.
That's correct.
Yes.
Okay.
One more question, Mr.
Yes.
Chairman. So did we receive a response that it is definitive that we will be meeting with the school committee at 6 p.m.?
As far as we know, I think everything is on board for the 6 o'clock.
Thank you. Yeah, it's confusing.
I had one more question about
Yes,
Mr.
go
Andrews' report. The new code enforcement task force. I happened to see an article in Globe South on Sunday. Was that part of this effort? Because I was kind of surprised.
I know that there has been interest, through you, Mr. Chairman, interest from the media, but we have not formally unveiled the so-called dirty dozen. The idea is to get it, as my town administrator's report indicates, more formative information. I think the MMA would be a great place to bounce some ideas off of folks and get the right mix of enforcement tools in process.
Mhm. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Go ahead. Mr. Snyder?
No, Mr. Chairman, I don't have a question. I do have a motion to make, though. I would actually like to make a motion to take item 9B out of order, if you would indulge me.
Take which one?
9B.
Second.
9B? Okay. Motion made?
Second.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, 9B. Mr. James Newman?
I'll get that, you talk. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Wish you all a happy new year right now, to start the day off. I'm here tonight with my co-partner here, Charlie Vanderstay. Present a couple of certificates of appreciation to the gentleman that put the honor roll together over at the town hall. Mr. Glenn Barrows, Mr. Frank Bergemeyer, and Joe Edwards. Joe Edwards isn't here tonight because he's out sick, I understand. Thank you. Would Glenn and Frank please come up here and accept these certificates? Now I would say these gentlemen did a hell of a job putting that board up. I'd like to mention too that Joe Edwards took those boards home, those plaques home, and sanded them down and polyurethane them at home on his own time. He didn't do it on town time. He took the boards home. Gentlemen, again, thank you.
Frank, please have a seat for just 1 minute. Glenn, if you would be so kind. The chairman has asked me to lend a little varnish to the
Mr.
picture.
Andrews, excuse me.
Mr. Chairman, may I speak on this subject?
Sure.
I am Charles Vanderstay, Vietnam veterans. I was approached on the board that was over there in the town hall that someone had broken into it and removed names from the World War II memorial. So I gave the key. I had the key that opened it. I gave the key to that person. They said they had fixed it. I went over there and I had found that there had been many, many names removed from that board. That was originally a World War II memorial. So we went in there and we said we wanted to go in and look and see what was going on with it. We discovered that only approximately half the names of the World War II veterans were on that board. Approximately half the names of the town of Wareham. When I say town of Wareham, I mean the town of Wareham, which includes Onset. So many times I hear, well, you always want to ignore Onset. This is not the case. So we went in there with an attempt to bring that board up to date. We found that the letters for that board would cost $1.75 each. We needed over 3,000 letters. We found that it was very expensive to try to bring that board up to date. While we were looking and getting the names of the veterans in this town, we found that there was no World War I memorial name listing of the town veterans. There's a listing of the Onset veterans in Onset. They found the bell from the East Wareham School. They had the names from the East Wareham residents, but there was no listing of World War I veterans from the town of Wareham. That's why that board is the way it is. We want to thank those gentlemen, these gentlemen here, for putting that board up, because we had it all fixed, names and everything on it. We couldn't find anybody that would put those names up. We really couldn't, because we had that ready to go a long time ago. And we would like to thank everybody who was involved in putting that board up, giving us the names. And would like to go on record as saying, if anybody feels that there's a name of a father, mother, brother, sister, aunt, uncle, not on that board, let us know. We'll put it on the board. That board is for residents of Wareham when they entered the military service. That's all we need to put a name on that board. I would thank everybody for giving us the right to put that board and put those boards on there like it is. We did an awful lot of work. Myself personally did an awful lot of work getting the names for those veterans who are listed on that board. I wish to thank you again for allowing me to mention this, because I think it needs to be told that we didn't take that board down because we felt like we wanted to. We took it down so we could get a complete listing of the World War II veterans and the World War I veterans. And of course, too, we can't ignore any of the other veterans in town since then. We just cannot do it. And by the way, I can't have my name on it because I wasn't a resident of Wareham when I joined the service.
That makes two of us. I can't have my name on it, but it'll look like my name when Frank puts it on for me. That's my son. He has the same name, so my name will be there, but not. He's in the Iraqi what they go for, and I'm a little too old for that one.
Mr. Town Administrator.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to thank all of the individuals associated with this, and just a little varnish, if I could put on this. My Thursday afternoon office hours, and Mr. Bob Voss came in to see me, and he mentioned exactly what the gentleman had stated, that these boards were really scattered around attics and basements and different parts of town government. And I asked Frank to come up, and of course Glenn came with him, and we took a look at it, working with Jim to get it right. And one of my goals, if you haven't noticed around Town Hall, by the way, is that the floors are polished, the woodwork is cleaned, the brass is polished, and that foyer looks it's sparkling because of the efforts of you folks. And I want to thank Frank Bergamasco and Glenn Barrows. He even involved his wife April, was up there with a screw gun one afternoon when the chairman and I were a little bit nosy, and we went in and saw them doing this fine work, and your children. And I want to thank Mr. Barrows for having good children and bringing them up and making certain that we proceeded in a way that makes this town proud. We are going to have a dedication ceremony. I'm working with the chairman and the rest of the board on that. I'll be working with Jim on that very shortly. But these two fellows, let me tell you right now, and along with Joe Edwards, who's home with, I think, almost pneumonia, who has been sick, he worked throughout, and Jim said it, I'm going to say it again because I'm not sure people heard it, took these boards home so that the employees of Town Hall didn't have to pick up a cent of the varnish or pick up a little bit of the dust. We know how that affects us from time to time. Took them home on his own time and then brought them back in a condition where we could put the nameplates on. And even I put a screw or two in, which I didn't hurt myself either, so that was a good thing. But and Chairman Cruz took made special attention, being a Korean War veteran himself and many of his family, putting a lot of time and effort into this, and it is a place to be cherished. I know we enjoyed it at the end of the Veterans Day ceremony, and also at the Christmas parade ceremony. So, Frank, would you like to say anything?
I would like to say something, and I know that we are being honored here tonight, and I greatly appreciate your attention to our response, but I want to make it perfectly clear that Mr. Andrews did, once he heard the call, he answered the call, perhaps through us, but it was his spark that set this whole thing in motion. So I think he is to be commended for that too as well, and I think that if it wasn't for him, I think we would still have a foyer looking the way it did several months ago. So I think he deserves a tremendous amount of credit for what has been accomplished and what you see out there today. So, but that's all, and thank you so much. That we didn't expect it. We didn't really. Yeah, we don't need the attention, but it's nice, and thank you very much. So. And once again, the names of anyone that are absent there that someone knows of or whatever, please let us know. We'll have them made up and we'll put them right up. So.
Thank you. Glenn, you want to say something, Glenn?
I concur.
That was a long time coming. You guys did a good job and made on time for the parade, so that was good.
Deadline, yeah.
And if anybody hasn't seen it, go to the foyer and look at it. It's a real good job. It'll make you proud to be a citizen of the town of Wareham. I want to thank you again.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
There was one young lady, I don't know if she's still with the town now. She used to work at the library. She was in the genealogy department there, and Linda, I think her name was Burns. Last name was Linda. She helped me gather a lot of the names. This isn't on now, or maybe because I'm holding it wrong.
I could, Linda Burns helped me chase down a lot of the names. We got a lot of them from the Veterans Administration in Boston, Veterans Affairs Office and stuff in there. And Charlie went around town here looking at any monument or anything with their names on it. I believe there was almost 5,000 names before we got through.
And double that in little tiny screws.
Yeah.
I won't tell you how many times I hit my fingers.
Thank you, Jim.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Good night now.
Good night.
Good night. Okay, the next thing is discussion for the,
Yeah.
Thank you.
did you want to elaborate on the CETA or you want me to keep it going? CETA.
I thought we were going to go back to Foster.
No, we're going to go right to CETA. Okay, the discussion, number 8, we're going to go back to number 8, CETA Director.
You want me, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, you want to elaborate?
Mr. Chairman,
We'll go into the
through
discussion.
you, I wanted to just update the board. We received 28 applications for the Director of CETA per the charge of the board. Each of you have a packet of resumes and application materials. And the question would be how best to proceed in review of those documents, given the fact that we're moving into, once again, a review of the documents and setting up an interview process. The administration is happy to help in any way that it can to advance this project to its conclusion. So, Mr. Chairman?
Right, and on this, we have got 28, and it's nice and extensive, so we want to try to get this done as soon as we can, and do not have any more lax time on it. So I see Mrs. Winslow has her hand up.
Thank you. It must be the head cold. I counted 38, I thought, but 30.
Was that 30? I thought it was 28.
But anyways, that's besides the point. Mr. Chair, I've read through all the resumes, and quite frankly, I'm impressed with the caliber of many of the candidates. I was hoping that the board would entertain an initial evaluation to determine who'll be interviewed based on a scoring system that would be scored by the requirements that were in the job posting. For example, education, years of experience, and such. So to put it in the most basic of terms, if the job posting required a minimum of a bachelor's degree, you would give 5 points for a bachelor's, 10 for a master's, 15 for a PhD. If the job posting required a, however many years of experience, you get, say 1 point for each year of experience, and then we could, that's something we could take however many of the 10 top scored resumes and interview those folks. That was my thought.
Okay.
That's how.
Okay. After going over it, I had the same questions you have, plus time is an assessment for us. So we have it now. What we need is a screening committee to go over the 28 or 30, narrow it down. So we need to have a meeting for that day. And I was thinking on a screening committee, if we can involve Mr. Andrews and the chairman from the CETA director, they would be on the screening committee. The alternate decision is with the Board of Selectmen. But they could be on the screening committee. We can meet as soon as we can. Every member can have 5 votes. 1 vote for each member. Pick 5 people on the list of 30. So that's 5 times 7, that's 35, and not everyone's going to get 1 vote. And we narrow it down to 5 or 10 people. Then we do the interviews on the 10 that we picked, or 5, whatever it is. However the vote comes out to, as you was suggesting, whatever you did. And then we can have the interviews, and then we can go right on. Once we do the interviews, if we have 5 or 3, whatever the board decides on, then we can have that at an open meeting.
Oh.
Because the first two meetings will be executive.
Mr.
And
Chair.
the earliest we can have one, if everybody is in agreement, is either this Friday, or we have a meeting on Saturday anyway, if we want to do it Saturday after the Westfield meeting, just to do the first cut.
Mr. Chair.
That'll be in accordance to everybody. I don't know if everybody's read all the 30, so.
Mr. Chair, what I was hoping was that by using a fair and impartial evaluation process along with a screening committee, that this board would only be conducting final interviews of the top 3 finalists.
Or top 3 or top 5, right. The screening committee will be with us to eliminate the 28 down to 10 or 5, and then it'll be up to us to.
Right, but I think that this board should set about the criteria by which those resumes are narrowed down. Do you see what I'm saying?
Well, I'm saying that resume is the same as you. Instead of, you have a scoring system, I have a placement system. In other words, you read it, you pick 5, you read the same way I read, you look at the resume, you decide which 5 you want. It doesn't have to be in categories. So if the first person on the board is Cruz, and he gets 5 votes, somebody else gets 2 votes, we narrow it down. And then we'll have the 5 or 10 people. It may be 5, it may be 10. So it's the same distance, same difference as you had mentioned. Instead of scoring 5, 4, 3, 2, so who's to say this has more than the other?
Well,
Mr. Snyder?
Mr. Chairman, I understand what both you and Selectman Winslow are saying, and I tend to agree that how it should work from my standpoint is that we should have a preliminary screening committee and then implement the process for the final applicants that Selectman Winslow is trying to put forward. I think that it does end up in a fair process to have a scoring system like that. I also think that it's important for this board to play a role as far as being part of the preliminary screening process.
Right. So if you want to make a motion to have the screening to include Mr. Andrews and the chairman of, then we can get that and we can set a meeting for Friday or Saturday for the screening committee, and then we can come up with the ground rules.
I would be happy to make that motion, Mr. Chairman, but I just want to make sure that my colleagues have had the opportunity to voice their opinions.
Did you? You already stated yours. Okay, Mrs. Begley.
Okay, to clarify, I'm a little confused here. To clarify, I absolutely agree with having a screening committee. And I don't understand. We could put forth a screening committee right now. Why? What would the benefit be to meeting on Saturday?
Well, the screening committee will be set up tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Whoever doesn't have the package, because I don't think the CETA board has a package. We're only giving it to one member.
Correct.
Then Saturday or Friday we meet as the screening committee, go over the resumes, pick 5 people, however you're going to do it, score it, whatever. Okay, we have them 5. Now after we have them, we'll bring it back to the administrator's office, and whoever we have, 5 or 10, we'll send out for interviews.
I understand.
And then when we do the interviews, when we cut it down to the 3, that'll have to be an open meeting.
Okay, so this board isn't going to meet Saturday. The screening committee will meet on Saturday.
The 5 of us, Mr. Andrews and CETA. CETA director.
If we appoint ourselves as the preliminary screening committee.
Right, we are. We will be, because we have the alternate.
Right.
Yeah, we have the final say. So.
I understand.
Mr. Holmes?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm missing one of the resumes in the packet, so I need to get that. I just want to make a comment that I think a screening committee, point system, all that stuff works. I mean, it's traditional hiring. But I was I did have a conversation this week, which was kind of interesting, about the final interviews, and I thought it was kind of interesting and kind of different. But it was suggested that when you get down to 3, to have an open meeting here, have the 3 individuals come, allow the town to submit, anybody in town who wants to submit questions to the office, and have the meeting here on television, and we would ask those questions. It's kind of an interview process, but it's more of a town meeting, and have a discussion about economic development with the 3 individuals sitting here, having a discussion and all answering the same questions. Very similar to a, I compare it to a presidential debate or something like that, but it's more of a conversation as opposed to 3 people fighting against each other, right? And then you would get to see ideas bouncing off of the candidates. They would talk, and then at that point we would have the one-on-one interviews. But I think that it's an interesting concept. I've never tried it before, but I thought that was interesting and new to throw out to the board tonight, because I got to tell you, this is, without doubt in my mind, the single most important decision right now in this town, probably for the next 5 years, 10 years, is the appointment of this seated director. I too was very impressed with some of the candidates, but this is something that we really have sorely missed. I know some of us have talked about this, but we really have sorely missed this in this town, and we have an opportunity here to start fresh with a brand new director and bring a new image of Wareham to the area. So I know that we'll get it right, because I'm confident that this board can do that. But I agree with everything that was said, and I kind of found that town hall talk thing kind of interesting as well, and allowing the public to present us with questions through the office, email questions in, and then we could have that discussion here. And I do favor the seated director of the board being there. And I had even kind of thought that maybe we might include the chairperson of the planning committee as well, because planning has a lot to do with, it was supposed to be planning out in the go forward distance of our town. So I kind of thought about that. I don't know, I just throw it up as a suggestion, but I think you're right on track. And the follow-up is, when you say the screening committee, you mean the 5 members of this board?
5.
Or are you suggesting less than 5?
5 of the board, the whole board is included, plus Mr. Andrews and the chairman of...
Mrs. Connaughton?
Yes.
So it is the whole board, the entire board of selectmen?
The entire board. If we can vote on that tonight, we can have her pick up her packet. It's going to be tight ship on her side to pick it up, and if we decide to have a meeting either Friday or Saturday for the first meeting to load up, because that way the following week is a holiday, so we're going to be short. So we can give the list of the people, so we can, week after, have interviews. The week of the 23rd, we can have interviews. That'll be executive. And then the last one will be an open. Whether
Mr.
we
Chair?
have 5, 3, or whatever we narrow it down to after.
Just a
Yes,
suggestion.
Mrs. Winslow.
Thank you. Just a suggestion. The 5 of us will be interviewing the 3 finalists.
Yes.
Wouldn't it make more sense for maybe 1 or 2 of us to serve on the screening committee as opposed to all 5 screening the candidates and then re-interviewing them for a final? I mean, the whole purpose of the 2-step interview process is to give different eyes throughout the.
We are the appointing authority for the CETA.
I understand.
We
that.
would have did the whole 5 of us without having the screening. So we're just trying to get input from Mr. Andrews, who would be working with the director, plus the chairman from the CETA board.
But I would suggest appointing a screening committee that might consist of Mr. Andrews, Mrs. Connaughton, if she'd be so gracious as to accept that, and perhaps 1 or 2 members of the Board of Selectmen to come up with that list of final 3 candidates, similar to how we hire other positions. A screening committee is appointed, and then the final interviews are conducted with the town administrator of the top 2 or 3 finalists, whatever, you know, the number
Well, the
is.
screening committee would be with us until we narrow it down to the finals.
Right.
And then it's our decision to make it.
Right. I understand that.
If you have any other questions, we can do it when we have our first meeting.
Well, I guess what I'm saying is that I'm not sure that I feel comfortable being the screening committee plus the final committee. I mean, I think the purpose of a screening committee is to weed through the large number of applicants to bring the whole board, the appointing authority, the top candidates. Essentially, this board, along with a couple other people, are going to be interviewing the same people twice, and I'm having a hard time grasping how that would be beneficial.
I don't know how we're going to be interviewing them twice. All we're going to do, we're going to make a cut without interviewing. You're going to have 10 people. We'll say 10. Okay, now we're going to interview the 10. And then it'll be the 3, if we decide 3 or 5. And then we have the open meeting to find out on the 3. So it should only take a couple of meetings if we do this
Right.
efficiently.
No, it's not the number of meetings that we'd have to attend that's the issue. I guess my issue is that traditionally you have a screening committee which weeds out the applicants that the committee would not believe would be appropriate, or they would want to find the best of the best. Those final applicants, 3, 5, we'll say 3 for the sake of argument, would then be presented to the hiring authority, which is the 5 of us as a board, which is why I'm suggesting that the screening committee be smaller than what amounts to 7 people. It's going to be a difficult and cumbersome process for 7 people to come up with 3 or 5 names. It would be much quicker and efficient if that number was smaller, like 3 people. The town administrator, Mrs. Connaughton, and yourself, Mr. Cruz, as the chair of the board, perhaps.
We are the final say in it.
Right.
The screening committee is not written in stone. We're doing this to make it fair to everyone. We can just have the 5 of us and pick to see the director as we see fit. So now, Mr. Andrews, you had something?
Mr. Chairman, perhaps a smaller group to narrow it down to send to the full body might be a way to go. We are going to meet on Saturday morning, and I think that's something that could meet directly thereafter, and then send along, if Gene has enough time to look at the resumes and applications, send along to the body, as you had indicated on the 23rd, set up a week of interviews with the whatever 5 or 10 candidates that come through to the finish line. Might be something to think about. Just a thought.
Mr. Holmes?
You know, I understand where Mrs. Winslow is coming from. That's how we hire any position in town. Quite frankly, Mr. Andrews appoints a committee, and many of us have served on a lot of those. He doesn't sit on them, and yet he does the hiring. And I think that's to Mrs. Winslow's point, that if you're serving as the review committee, then you serve on the screening committee, and then you serve on the hiring authority. Well, there may be a bit of a conflict there. I do kind of see where she's coming from. I just don't want it to get out of hand so that the board has no say in because this is, again, a very important position to the town. And if you had Mr. Andrews and Mrs. Connaughton, and maybe, I would even think that Mrs. Connaughton has been around for quite a while with CEDA, but, she may have an idea that she may want to bring her economic development team, the chairman of her economic development team, to sit on that screening committee as well. I wouldn't have an issue with that. And then you have Mrs. Connaughton, the head of her economic team, Mr. Andrews, he's not a part of the hiring authority, and maybe you pick another person to do the screening work. Again, if you're going to sit on it as the chairman, then why don't the whole board sit on it? Because, again, then you're part of the screening and the hiring committee. So, if you want to wean it down, There's a way to do it, but the final say, obviously, is this board. Should we sit on the review, the screening, and the hiring authority, all five of us? I don't know that that's necessary.
Well, to go back further, when we hired the town administrator, the Board of Selectmen did everything. We did it all, executive, and then we did open, and we hired them. The screening committee was presented since Mr. Andrews has taken office to get other people involved. But the appointing authority, even for the ones that we had, the screening committee, is it's his authority to appoint. So he just did that to get everyone involved. Right now, we're doing the same thing. It's our authority, and we're going to have these two in just to give us input. The more people you have, the longer the process is going to take. I think with the 7 of us, we can eliminate it. Mr. Snyder?
Mr. Chairman, I guess I'm kind of want to speak to your point, and I agree. I think that you know how I'm understanding this process is going to work is, you know, we're going to sit as the Board of Selectmen, and we're going to have the opportunity to look at all of the applications that have been submitted. We're going to whittle that down to 5 or 3 applicants that will then, you know, go through a final interview process, an open public process here in the Board of Selectmen's meeting room. I tend to like that idea, and I would support that idea. I think that this, as as Selectman Holmes has stated, this is, you know, extremely important position in the town, and I think you know, if members of the Board of Selectmen, especially if it's a quorum, and I certainly know that I want to participate in this process, if we're sitting on a if we're sitting on a screening committee, I know that we have to appoint ourselves as at least a part of the preliminary screening committee in order to avoid open meeting law violation. I know that that's occurred in the past, so which resulted in multiple violations over time as a result of not following the process correctly. So I just want to make sure that we follow the process correctly. I plan on being at these interviews when they're conducted. Certainly, I can only speak for myself, but I think it's important, and I think it's something that the Board of Selectmen should take an active role in. I think we should be the preliminary screening committee for this position, and I certainly think that we should include Ms. Connaughton or someone else from that committee and the town administrator in the process. I don't think that the committee would be excessively large to go through the applications.
Thank you, Mr. Cruz. Does Mrs. Connaughton want to have any kind of... Do you have anything to add?
The only thing that I would add, I would like...
Come up.
I do feel that a number of the board members have been serving on the committee for a number of years. And we really have worked intimately and through all the problems of the last 4 or 5 years, and it would be nice. I certainly would like to participate, and we had a meeting last night, and they asked if not, they wondered if just one more person from the CETA board could participate in the screening process so that we could give our input.
I think that's reasonable.
I think, yeah.
More than reasonable.
Any other questions from the board? Do I have a motion? Can we have a motion for the screening committee? To include one extra member if...
The only, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, the only issue, and I'm not sure if it is an issue in this particular case, would be that would make a committee of 8, correct?
Right, but once we cut it down, then they're eliminated.
So I don't think it really
so
it doesn't really
make any
matter.
difference, right? So you have 5 times 7 is 35, but we only got 30 people, and I haven't got the last 2. I'll have to check.
Mr. Chairman, I would move to appoint the Board of Selectmen, the chairperson of the CETA, and the town administrator, the preliminary screening committee, and an additional member of the CETA board to be determined by them, to the preliminary screening committee for the community and economic development director's position.
Second, okay. Motion made by Mike, second by Alan, to have a screening committee consisting of the Board of Selectmen, Mr. Mark Andrews, Mrs. Jean Connaughton, chairman of the CETA, and one other board member. Any other questions? If not, All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
410. Now, the other thing is, how soon can we have a meeting? We can either have it Friday or Saturday. We have a meeting with Westfield.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
By the vote of the board just now, this committee cannot meet until Ms. Connaughton convenes her board and elects a second member.
Well, that
She
was the
needs to
question.
post a meeting and
Right,
have her
can we-
committee come together.
Can we meet? Did you already pick a member or no?
Well, we didn't think we would have the luxury of
Right.
adding another person. I guess I'd have to if you feel we need to elect somebody, then I suppose I couldn't do it. Today is
Well,
Tuesday.
the way
I guess we could post him if I posted.
If you post it tomorrow, we can have it as early as Friday, or we can have it Saturday, because there's a meeting with Westfield, and we was thinking if we can't meet Friday, then we can have it after the Westfield meeting. But that'll be an exec,
What time is the Westfield meeting?
8:30.
So it would be in the morning. I have a really important event in the afternoon. My grandson's playing hockey at the Fenway Ice on the varsity at CM, so I can't miss that.
I mean, you're trying to coordinate people's schedules at the last minute, Mr. Chairman. You need to give this some time.
That's why we're discussing it right now, Mr. Holmes, to
That's
find
right,
out. We have
but
2 dates. You
you're
have
trying
Friday,
to-
excuse me, you have Friday the 13th or Saturday. If not, then we'll have to agree on a different date. So that's because we need to get this done as soon as possible. People on this board have been complaining about we need a CETA director. Now we have 28 or 30 on file to go through. Are we going to bite the bullet, or are we going to sit back and just worry about who's going to be here at what day? If someone isn't here, even if I'm not here that day, I can give my 5 or 10 members the name in.
To who?
To the board. If we're going to pick a certain number, I can give my 5 names, and you can say, hey, these are my 5.
You can't do that.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can.
That's like a proxy vote.
No, that's a ballot. You could do a ballot.
Well, I'm not. I don't
Anyways,
know about that. But
go
anyway,
ahead.
my point to you is this: that you keep saying Friday. Mrs. Connaughton would post a meeting tomorrow. She needs 48 hours to assemble her board and pick a second member.
And you can have
so
it
that
Friday.
this screening committee could not meet on Friday.
Yes, you can. If you do it by 10 o'clock tomorrow,
She
you have
has
Thursday.
to have the CETA board has to meet first to elect their member, and then once that's done, then your screening committee.
Well, Mr. Chair, or
Right.
Mr. Chair, do we have to have the identity of that person? We just know that it's going to be the chair of CETA
And one
and
other
another
member.
member. We don't have to have the identity to be able to post a meeting of the screening committee, but I understand what you're saying.
If she can't get a quorum before Friday, then she can't have a second member.
Right, I understand.
That's all I'm saying. I'm not concerned about this board. I'm concerned about her and her responsibility.
And I think as chairman of her board, I think she can make that decision.
I guess
And
what
if you-
we're saying is that I couldn't hold a meeting until sometime on Friday, after 10 o'clock.
Right.
I feel confident that I can get 3 and probably a 4th. It really, if David Smith depends on his schedule, he might be the one that could make the 4th person for the meeting. 1 other works, so I know that 4 would be the quorum. I could give it my best effort.
That way it's all done. There's no issues there.
And then tomorrow we'll have 2 packages made up for you and the other member, whoever you decide. And then with this board, if we decided what are we going to do, if it's going to be Friday, Saturday, or next week. Next week we have Monday a holiday, and then I think a lot of the board members are going to a meeting at the middle of the week, some mess.
Mass Municipal Association.
Right, so,
Mr. Chair?
Yes,
So
Mrs.
if
Baker.
you're considering a meeting on Saturday, and we're meeting with, the Westfield meeting is at 8:30, would it be unreasonable to determine the time of the meeting for this preliminary screening committee, say at 10:30
I think that'll be
on Saturday morning? Would that be
That would-
convenient
I think that
for you?
would work.
10 or 10:30, whatever is convenient for the members on the board.
I'm out of town on Saturday. I said that.
Well,
when
that's
we
what I was saying.
scheduled.
See, some people can be here no matter how you do it. There's going to be some people missing. We need to get the show on the road. And the final say, you'll be here anyway.
Yeah,
Right. Excuse me.
But she's not allowed to submit votes, Mr. Chairman.
I don't.
think
I
that's appropriate.
Okay.
I don't want to submit votes. I honestly don't want to be a part of the screening committee. So.
Right. That would be like calling in tonight and voting on something if you're not here. That's not allowed. Not that I know of, anyway.
Okay, can we have a motion on that? You're going to set your meeting up,
I will.
and we're going to try it. We need
My
a,
best.
make a motion for Saturday at 10 o'clock, 10:30? Yeah, because we have to post it tomorrow. Do I hear a motion on this meeting for Saturday?
Do we need a motion? If we need a motion, Mr. Chairman, I'll make the motion to schedule a Board of Selectmen's meeting for
Screening.
preliminary screening committee for 10:30 on Saturday.
Okay.
What's the date?
Motion made? The 14th.
Saturday the 14th.
Did you second it, Mr. Begley? Yes. Okay. Motion made and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
No.
410.
And Ms. you'll
Mr.
let us know
Andrews,
how you-
I share, I also don't have a resume. I have a cover letter for one of the applicants, and it says see attached for a resume.
Okay, we'll make
So
sure
I'll
that-
let you know the name.
Thank you very much. Through you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, if everyone will go over it, they said 30. I know I have 28, so I'm going to need 2 more, so I'll get
Two
up with
came
them in the
by
morning.
email, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Mr. Holmes,
Right.
continue.
Okay.
Okay,
Thanks.
thank you.
Thank you very much.
The treasurer collector, Mr. Foster, are you here? He's a good guy. He can wait. More paper. We have computers today, Mr. Foster. You know that?
Just, excuse me, John, just, that vote that you just took, you did not state whether it was gonna be an executive or.
Oh, yeah. Okay, that's going to be executive. Sorry. It's executive, man. Thank you.
What's up? The town received 3 bids on $1,950,000 of capital improvement in sewer design bond anticipation notes this past week. The lowest bid came from Century Bank and Easton Bank. The bid was actually split, $1 million to Century Bank at a net interest cost of $1,625, 0.65% interest, and the Easton bid came in at $950,000, net interest cost $1,662.50, with a 0.70% interest rate. The bids are attached. You should have them in a packet, and we need to take a vote. These are bond renewals, ban renewals, and they are for the catch basin truck, backhoe, and sweeper for municipal maintenance, police communications, and virtualization of town hall, which are wrapping up soon. They are 90-day bonds, and the total interest cost $3,287.50.
Any questions from the board?
Mr. Chair, I would make a motion to award the capital improvement in sewer
Do you have a
ban.
motion there? Sorry, wait up.
It's actually in the packet that I
I didn't get that.
It was submitted to the administrator's office in a large Federal Express envelope to be here tonight with flags on it you need to sign.
I'll let Mr. Holmes read that one.
There's flags on each line that you need to sign, and on the front page, the motion to be read.
Okay, let's start over. Mr. Chair, I make a motion to approve the sale of $1,950,000 general obligation bond, and is this the right one?
Yes, it is.
Okay. General obligation bond anticipation notes, referred to as the notes, of the town dated January 19th, 2012, payable April 19th, 2012, at par and accrued interest as follows. Number one, for $1 million at an interest rate of 0.65% to Century Subsidiary Investments, Inc., third. Number two, for $950,000 at 0.70% interest to Eastern Bank. Further voted that in connection with the marketing and sale of the notes, the preparation and distribution of a notice of sale and preliminary official statement dated December 29th, 2011, and a final official statement dated January 5th, 2012, each in such form as may be approved by the town treasurer, be and hereby are ratified, confirmed, approved, and adopted. Further voted that the town treasurer and the Board of Selectmen be and hereby are authorized to execute and deliver significant events disclosure undertaking in compliance with SEC Rule 15C2-12 in such form as may be approved by bond counsel to the town, which undertaking shall be incorporated by reference in the notes for the benefit of the holders of the notes from time to time. Further voted that we authorize and direct the treasurer to establish post-issuance federal tax compliance procedures in such form as the treasurer and bond counsel deem sufficient, or if such procedures are currently in place, to review and update said procedures in order to monitor and maintain the tax-exempt status of the notes. Further voted that each member of the Board of Selectmen, the town clerk, and the town treasurer be and hereby are authorized to take any and all such actions and execute and deliver such certificates, receipts, or other documents as may be determined by them or any of them to be necessary or convenient to carry into effect the provisions of the foregoing votes. Further, that the votes, we certify that the votes were taken at a meeting open to the public, that no vote was taken by secret ballot, that a notice stating the place, date, time, and agenda for the meeting. Hold on, it's a two-pager. Which agenda included the adoption of the above votes was filed with the town clerk, and a copy thereof posted in a manner conspicuously visible to the public at all hours in or on the municipal building, that the office of the town clerk is located, or, if applicable, in accordance with an alternative method of notice prescribed or approved by the Attorney General as set forth in 940 CMR 29.03 to Section 2B, at least 48 hours, not including Saturdays, Sundays, and legal holidays, prior to the time of the meeting, and remained so posted at the time of the meeting, that no deliberations or decision in connection with the sale of the notes were taken in executive session, all in accordance with General Law, Chapter 30A, subsections 18 through 25, as amended. So moved.
Motion made. Do I hear a second? Second by, second by Ellen. All in favor? Question?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, question through you to Mr. Foster. Mr. Foster, with respect to the sewer-related bans, how are the principal and interest, where are those funds being generated from to pay those?
To pay the ban?
Correct.
Those come from the Sewer Enterprise Fund.
Sewer Enterprise Fund?
Anything that is an item of expense of sewer nature comes from their fund.
Okay, so when we're talking about the Sewer Enterprise Fund, are we talking about sewer user fees, or are we talking about the betterments?
Well, if you better them, originally this was a $1.5 million authorization. As of this date, January 19th, $800,000 will be paid off. The remaining $700,000 will be financed for another 90 days, and then at that time we'll probably lock that into 5 years to pay the remainder off the $700,000. Approximately $500,000 of it was tied into the phase 1 of this 3-phase sewer project. That was permanently financed several years ago. It's actually paid off. That's been paid off, that portion of it. If you better the projects, the betterments would be paying for this principal and interest. If the projects aren't bettered, they'd be paid until with the sewer user fees until such time as you better those projects, and then you would get that money back.
So the contract 3 design and study fees are included in this bond?
Yeah, those for the entire project.
For the entire project.
Right.
Any other questions? Hearing none, take a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
No.
4-1-0. Mary Ann, you have to see us, or you just want us to go ahead and...
Know who you want.
Okay, the clerk is taking care of it now. While you're doing that, I have to take
It's just Mr. Holmes that has to sign those, right?
Actually, you can sign them at any time. You have to take your vote tonight.
Yeah, we did that, right?
Say that. Just let it go. Just sign it now, otherwise, you don't have to. You do excellent on the licenses, they look at the sort of,
Mr. Chairman, if we could, Mr. Foster can proceed with the second part of the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Foster. So you got to be lucky duck on the quarterly reports, huh?
Right, I'm the first one, I guess.
First one.
This is similar to what we used to submit. We used to do this quarterly in writing to the Board of Selectmen, and I think they have them on file somewhere. But it's the same format that we've used in the past, and it just gives you a breakdown. I can skim through it quickly. There's a lot of information in there that you can take a look at, and if you have any further questions, you can give me a call. But it breaks down what we have issued over the past quarter for all the bills that we handle in our office. On the first page, for the collector's side of things, some of the things such as updating personal property accounts for reminder letters and collection percentages, which are included in this packet, are attached. I could go through this line by line, but I could just, if you want me to skim over just the highlights of this, or I'll read through it.
That's fine, John. Just go.
Okay. Some of the larger things that are in this packet. We met this morning with the company to review, or he gave us a presentation on financial cash management software, which would be for reconciliations with the treasurer and the accountant. It would be a separate module from what we currently have. We sat through a 3-hour presentation. It was a very nice presentation. We'll be meeting with them at the trade show next week. We are reviewing right now the payroll timesheets and the procedures for handling payroll timesheets, and to find a uniform form that we can use for all departments to make it easier actually on the treasurer's office. All the forms right now are set up by the various departments, and they don't include the same information in the same order. So the person entering the payroll as one set of spreadsheets for one department, and they're different from another department. They're different sizes. We're reviewing that right now. We're updating the tax title accounts for reminder letters. When you get to these spreadsheets, the next several spreadsheets for collection rates, those are from 2006 to 2011. And as you can see, we're over the past 6 years, the collection rate through June 30th, which is the first grouping of numbers, is 96. Almost every year is approximately 96 an average of 0.5% collection through June 30th, and then 98, over 98% collection overall before it goes into tax title, which is a separate collection package. Personal property by June 30th is around 98%, and then 99% overall. That hasn't changed. A lot of people question me on that and ask how our collection rates have been going with the slow economy. The rates, believe it or not, are staying basically the same. And as a result of 2.5 and our new growth, we're actually collecting more money. So that will show, you can see that in the dollar amounts collected. We take a look at the real estate, for example. In fiscal year 2011, $29,743,258 was committed. The collection rate was 96%, over $28 million collected. That's through June 30th. But you can take a look at any of those numbers. There's a lot of information, as I mentioned earlier. If you get to the next sheet, it's a tax title spreadsheet. We keep track of this. We monitor new accounts going into tax title and subsequent tax title accounts. That has been rising. The amount of properties going into tax title, it may be a timing issue. We give people until almost a full year. 2011 tax titles for the new accounts will be filed this spring. So they've had from last June 30th up until almost a year to keep from going into tax title. Then the liens will be recorded. We have a substantial amount of properties, over 600 properties in tax title today. We have 24 accounts in land court right now. We have several hundred in the hands of the attorneys. We've had to foreclose on 3 properties in the past quarter, 2 houses, 1 abandoned. 1, we're working with the family to allow them to redeem it. We actually own the property, but we're allowing them a certain time frame to get back into the property, and the other one was a land vacant lot. The next group of forms that you see, which is, I guess, about 20 pages of the itemized tax title accounts, and they're broken down into different subgroups. Properties that are in the hands of the attorneys, properties that are in bankruptcy that we can't do anything with. When you're in bankruptcy, you actually can't chase after somebody. You have to leave them alone to allow them to take care of their affairs. There aren't too many in bankruptcy. And what else we have? Potential land of low value. Hopefully when the assessor's office has some time, and we had a committee established several years ago that would review land of low value properties. Those are properties with values less than $19,000, give or take, in value, assessed value. We're allowed to take those and auction those off at a public auction with the approval of the DOR. They have to be under a certain dollar amount. Doesn't matter what they owe us. But the foreclosure actually takes place the day of the auction. When we sell the property, that's the foreclosure. The tax title, tax possession properties, which we end up owning that go through land court, they're our properties. We're selling our property. We gain all the benefit from those. The land of low value properties, when we sell them, if we sell them for over and above what they owe us in taxes, we have to set that aside to allow the former taxpayer to come back and recoup that money. Doesn't usually happen because these are very, very low value properties. A lot of them are wetlands, have topography issues or easement issues or something that keeps them from being valuable. That's why you're allowed to sell those. And then we have the last group are the people that actually may be in the rears a year or two, and they're not in jeopardy of being foreclosed on and be taken to land court, so they receive letters of notification each tax bill that goes out, if you have a delinquent tax bill with the town, there's a note, a big bold note. Apparently this year was pretty bold, and it said, it would say, please contact the collector's office or the treasurer collector's office to find your delinquent account or your delinquent amount, the amount outstanding. So there are several notifications that go along with this. Takes a while to foreclose on a property. The properties that we have foreclosed on, they owe us, all of them are in excess of $20,000. By the time it actually gets to the phase that we own the property, they've received many notifications. They've had the opportunity to go to land court and work something out. And like I said, the properties that we've just taken, we're still working with somebody to get back into the home. And the other two, one is abandoned, and I don't think that's going to be a high value property at the auction. We're planning on having a property tax possession and land of low value auction this spring once again. I'm not sure what it will bring in. We do have probably 50 or so properties. Some that didn't sell at our last auction, we'll bring those up again. And that's where we stand. There is one other sheet that I attached to the back of the packet. We contacted this past week, actually. We had been asked by Mr. Andrews to as department heads to review our fees. The one fee that we have that stood out was the MLC fee, the municipal lien certificate fee. We contacted every community in Plymouth County. There were 27 cities and towns. We were one of 4 that had the lowest, or the flat rate fee of $25 for an MLC certificate. All the others were $50 or higher. There were several communities that had mixed rates. Marshfield, Hingham, and Brockton had residential rates of $25, but a commercial rate of $150. Brockton actually had had single family, multifamily, and commercial, $25, $100, and $150. That's up for discussion, but that is the information. I have that listed down the bottom of the sheet. And what we brought in over the past several years, past 5 years, we brought in approximately $28,000. 4 out of 27 communities have MLC rates of $25. Quarterly tax billing, 22 out of 27 Plymouth County communities have quarterly tax billing. 16 out of 27 have lockbox service, which we're one of those. And another question came up from the Finance Committee as to whether or not we should be including envelopes or return envelopes in our mailers. And we're looking at that right now. Over half, or 14 out of 27, still add the envelopes to the mailers. There's a cost to that. Obviously, it's 2 cents. 2 cents for stuffing. I think 2.5 cents for the envelope. So we do pay to have that. Most of the communities that had the lockbox service send the mailer, send the return envelope, because obviously they want to take advantage of the lockbox service, and so it will be mailed directly to the bank. Our lockbox service is through Citizens Bank. Some are with Century, some are with a separate outsourced agency. It has been working for us, but that's something they asked us to look into, and I'll be probably discussing that with them tomorrow. And that's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Foster. It's one of the reasons that I wanted to start doing this again, is I think it's really helpful for us to keep up with what's going on in the different departments. I mean, it's, you know, we don't get involved in what you do every day, but we certainly get a lot of questions about it, so it's very helpful for us to have an understanding. But my question is, and this is a stupid question, but what about paperless? Everybody goes paperless today. I mean, is that an option? I mean, I think with the escrowed accounts, I know you're not going to, that's not really an option because, but like I pay my taxes online.
Yeah, a lot of people pay their taxes online. We have that service right now that you can pay online.
Yeah.
Some people have their own bank accounts where they believe they're paying online. They might use this. I don't want to mention any banks, but there are some banks that they think they're paying online, but they're actually sending a paper check to us.
Right. I know that if I pay it through my bank online, that sends you a paper check. But I
right.
pay
We have the ability, you can pay by credit card. There are fees that go along with the credit card. But this year, I've actually ordered a disc. This is the first time we have right now an agreement that is in my office to have the ability to look at your tax bill, the actual tax bill online, and to go back and get an image of that tax bill without having to pay your taxes online.
Oh.
So that would help a lot of people if you're researching. Like, we spend a lot of time answering questions around this time of year. What did I pay last year in taxes? Can you look up my, well, then it's not 1 year. You pay over 2 fiscal years for your taxes, for your income tax purposes. It's over 2 years, and our computer system's very slow right now. We still have the old system. So for $450, I ordered a disc of all the tax bills scanned, and we're going to be loading that for the first time. I haven't advertised it because I don't know if it works. But yeah, well, it's not online, so don't go looking for it.
This is the most popular show on Tuesday nights, you know.
Well, we have ordered it. I haven't received it. We're going to take a look at it, see if it works. If it works, we're going to turn it on, and you should be able to get images of your tax bills once this is online, not for past years, but once it's online for future years. You should be able to go on, pay your taxes online, and get a copy, the exact copy of the tax bill. If you come to our counter now and you ask for an exact copy, we have a tax bill that we created. It's not the boilerplate tax bill that's in the VADAR system. So you don't get an exact copy of it. This would be a scanned image of your exact tax bill.
Right, but I guess my question is, like, what would be the reality of us going paperless in the near future or far future? I mean, wouldn't that save us you know, like, for example, when I get my tax bill from you, I just know I have to log on and pay my taxes.
Well,
I don't actually open it.
That
So
same proposal, you can opt out. You have to opt out of receiving a tax bill. We can go online and you will have access. This program that we're talking about would actually be a paperless bill.
Okay,
You
so
would
it's
have to-
coming.
The first year, you would have to pay your bill, go online, pay your bill. Once you do that, it would allow you to opt out of paper bills.
Okay.
But the reason why you have to pay it online the first time is they want to make sure you're not going to go into your neighbor's account and opt out of them getting a paper bill. So if you want to pay
Oh.
their taxes, that's all well and good, but you have to pay the taxes to opt out of the bill. And then you can go away from paying online. You can just go on and get the electronic image of your tax bill and do whatever you want to do from that point. But that's in the works. That's a good question because we're working on that right now.
Great. Well, I love my neighbor, but not that much. Thank you, Mr. Foster.
You're welcome.
Any other questions from the board?
Mr. Chairman, through you to Mr. Foster, and I don't want to get into the whole, I don't want to continue down the path of a payment discussion, but what about the option of, are we looking at the option at some point in the future, Mr. Foster, of credit card and debit card payments?
You can use that right now.
You can use that
at the window
right
and online.
Wow, it's good to know.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah, the fee actually, a lot of people, they come into the counter, and I believe it's 2.45%. If you use a, your Visa card, it's going to charge you, it's going to give you 2 separate receipts. We don't collect the interest. That 2.45% usage fee goes to the credit card company directly. That's why there's 2 separate receipts. One is your taxes, the other one is, some people use it if they're in a bind and they can't make the payment. The interest that you pay to us for a delinquent account is 14%. When it goes into tax title, it's 16%. So we tell a lot of these people that are in tax title, if you can afford to get a loan outside of, from any bank or a mortgage company or whatever, you're better off getting that loan than you are paying us 16% once you're in tax title.
That's good advice. And my other question is, we just voted on the sewer bans. Contract 2, as I understand it, the betterments have not been, the betterment bills have not been issued, and folks haven't been allowed to hook up.
I don't think they're even calculated.
Okay, and that's my question. Is there a delay in the process? Was it is part of the reason the
Yeah, we collect them, but they actually get handed over to us by the sewer department.
Okay.
We don't actually calculate the bill, we collect them. So it would be, In the past, it's been the sewer department or the Board of Selectmen or administration that would handle calculating what that betterment's going to be, and they turn it over to the assessors and the collector's office. We do our part, and the taxpayers do their part. They select between 1 and 20 years to pay it off, and we give them all the information, and then the assessors will commit it to us annually as a betterment until it's paid off.
Okay. And John, as far as you know, has there been any communications with those homeowners that you're aware of? And what is the typical communication that goes out from your office?
It's a letter that it'll say your betterment is $15,000, whatever the betterment happens to be.
Mm-hmm.
Your interest rate's going to be 2%. If it's coming from the trust, it's going to be 2%. That also gets established. I think they voted something at town meeting, which sets or limits the amount of interest you can charge. You used to be able to charge an administrative fee of 2% over and above the borrowing costs. The borrowing costs are 2%. And we have betterments that range, depending on age, from 2% up to 6%, 6.5%, something like that. But those betterments include a 2% administrative fee. That gets established the same time that you're setting the betterment. We just forward that information out, quoting the law and stating that you're allowed. We're going to give you X number of days to submit this letter back to us where you can choose. If you don't choose your betterment, the number of years, the term of the loan, everybody gets 20 years. If you don't submit it, you don't return it, it goes out to 20 years, which is the longest term that we have.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Foster.
Any other questions from the board? If not, okay, Mr. Bigler.
Just a quick question, Mr. Foster. Some of these properties look like they must have been on the books for some time, given that the interest far outweighs the original tax owed.
A lot of the properties, if you see on the first several pages of the large document that we have, there are properties that exceed the value. The problem was, at one time, before we had this new law firm, we used to pay, it was pay as you go. You'd have town council, I'd be given the collectors before me would be given X number of dollars, and you would take those dollars and you chase after the high value properties. Somebody that would have a property that would redeem it. You know, if you pushed them, they knew their property was worth $200,000. They owed us $20,000. They would pay it, and those are the ones you would go after. And if they didn't pay it, those are the properties that you could sell at auction for more money than the properties that they owed in delinquent taxes. Problem is, when you're given $20,000 or $30,000, it costs, just for the land court filing fees, $575, just for the fee to take them to land court, not the attorney. We used to pay it, we would pay as you go. They would do 10 hours of work and send us a bill for 10 hours. The attorneys that we have now don't get paid until they redeem or we sell the properties at auction. So we've been able to enter a lot of these properties into, we're still paying the land court fee. That is what I'm paying in my office. We have to pay that fee because they can't pay it. But the rest of that has been working very well. It adds up, though. You do not want to get to that point. If you get a letter from an attorney, number one, you want to respond to it that day. You don't want to wait. You don't want to hide. You want to get something in the works, because everything that goes into a tax title, you pay. If we hire the attorney and the attorney has to spend 5 hours working on it, you're paying their hourly rate, not the town. When we eventually sell that property or you redeem it, we've had several people that are, you know, thousands of dollars of attorney fees because they get the loan at the last second, right before you're ready to foreclose. They'll get a notice that says, on this date, the town of Wareham is going to receive final judgment on 0 Main Street. And that's when they decide to go to the bank and get a loan, which is unfortunate, because at that point you owe us several $1,000s more to pay the attorneys.
Now, there's a distinction between low-value properties, which, you know, you're kind of identified as unbuildable, wetlands, could be anywhere. But there are also other properties that what they owe exceeds the value of the property, which is definitely a distinction. What percentage would you say we have of those on the books? Because I saw a number of them.
There's one large subdivision that owes quite a bit of money. Those are in the hands of the attorneys now, as we speak. the filing fees for myself and for the prior collectors over that time, those go back to the 80s.
Wow.
If you were to take that subdivision, there's over 150 properties in that subdivision. Because they are linked together, or they are budding properties, their value exceeds the $19,000, or maybe back at that time it might have been $10,000 in value to take them for land of low value. They did not have the money to go after them. It was an odd situation being an abandoned subdivision, so those paper streets were in the subdivision, so you could only take clusters of lots with no frontage.
Oh dear.
So, and besides that, those properties, that 150 or so properties, they filed for bankruptcy. Those properties switched back and forth between the owners of the original owners of the property, their attorneys, family members. There was a huge, which that we dealt with, legal issue as far as who owned the properties. We spent money years ago just to find that out. And those are in the hands of the attorneys right now, and those are ready to go to land court. They've actually spent some hours on that, and hopefully we'll recoup all of that money. I'm not sure if we'll get all the taxes, because I believe it's over several $100,000. But I know there was a recently, as a matter of a year ago, the town meeting, someone brought up that there was a subdivision plan that was filed for that property, and I think that was for an 18-lot subdivision. So that's when we decided that, you know what, this thing has value. Somebody's put the time in to figure out how they could sell this property, and it's worth it for us to spend the money to go after the property. We still have to still have to pay the fees, which is pretty much all of my budget, but it's going to be worth it because we'll get the money back.
Any other question from the board? Mr. Holmes?
You're welcome.
No, I just want to say, John, thank you very much. You haven't been here in a while, and we've had a lot of auditors and outside financial statements and firms, and I just wanted to say that thank you for the job that you do, because I think in all of that you were touted very highly by all of those people who came before us. So
I thank you for that, but it's the staff that works in the office. They do majority of the work, and I have a very good staff. Yeah. I'm very happy with people that work with me, and they do an outstanding job. They're very thorough. Matter of fact, one of the things that came out when they used our records to recreate those documents was that we had everything in order, and that isn't from me. I mean, I keep my stuff in order, but that's the rest of the staff being able to document and substantiate our numbers.
I was amazed that day. I went in and tried to find that old tax record, and I mean, the lady went in and she came out within seconds. I don't even think it took her a minute to find it. We couldn't find it.
Well, everything
it cost me 40 cents,
yeah,
I think.
True.
But no, I wanted to, in your staff, and I know that you give them all the credit, and I just wanted to say publicly that we've received many kudos about the Treasurer Collector's Office, and I wanted to make sure that we direct that to you while you're sitting there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? If not, take a vote.
No vote.
Just need you to finish signing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm waiting.
Yeah, I haven't signed yet. They haven't given it to me yet.
Thank you both for.
You want to follow the pink slip? Pink. All right.
Thank you both very
Thank
much.
you, John.
Thank you very
Thank you,
much.
Mary Ann.
I have to,
Oh.
after you sign.
No, not those.
We have to raise our right hands.
These are done. All right, moving right along.
I have nothing better to do.
Oh. Ready to move on?
Yes, go ahead.
I just got back from vacation, so I'm good.
Next up is our cable
Mr.
study
Holmes?
committee.
You have to sign so I can swear you in.
Yeah, I know, he's signing. He's going to move along well.
You want me to move to the side?
Well, maybe while Mr. Chair is signing, the board would entertain. We did receive further down on the agenda. We have the issue of 118 Sandwich Road, but we did receive a letter from the attorney that represents the family who had a death in their family. So I would like to make a motion to reschedule that hearing for 2 weeks from tonight. That should allow enough time for any services or arrangements that need to be made. Nobody's.
I didn't hear a thing, so I'm gonna postpone 118 sandwich. No, let's bring it up. Yeah, we'll bring it up and then we'll, yeah. Since Bob's here.
Right, I'll do that tomorrow.
Yep. I've been using that pen for 3 years. I'm frugal.
Now, Mr. Holmes, the first time you and I did this, we missed several lines too, so. I have a cold. Yeah. Yeah. I live with a germ factory, though. A germ factory.
All set? Just need you to raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that this is your signature and that you freely and willfully signed the documents for the purpose contained in them?
I do.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mary.
Discussion of cable committee.
And next agenda, as a clerk, establish the cable study committee.
I can only assume, because I didn't put this on here, but I'm only assuming that the board, about a month or so ago, we discussed having a cable review committee. Mr. Bowen was supposed to look at our documents at that time. And I believe this is on the agenda for the board to discuss whether we're going to appoint that committee. I'm guessing because I
Right,
don't
yeah,
have.
you have it right. You have it correct, so. Need to talk about it and discuss. We're gonna have a committee, appoint a committee to it. And come back to us.
For what purpose, Mr. Cruz?
I think the contract is, I don't know if it's up, if it's due or whatever, because when I looked at it, it looked like the contract had a date of 2015. So I'm at odds at that right now. So are we signing for to cover the 2015, or if it's a 10-year contract. So if you go sign now, it's 2025.
Mr. Cruz, did we, I believe the last time, when the contract was negotiated at some point in the past, there was a cable study committee.
There was what?
There was a cable study committee.
Okay.
Because I know that Mr. Underhill had mentioned it to me, and he was on that committee. I believe it, I can't remember. I think he said that, I can't remember if he said it was a 5-member or 7-member committee. And it was, I think, for contract. So is that the intent of this particular item
Right, would
on
you
the
like
agenda?
Mr. Hurd to come up and try to explain to us, or no?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, Mr. Hurd.
Thank you. I'm really not sure if I can explain it. I wasn't part of WCTV at the last
Steve,
study.
would you please identify yourself and speak right into
Jay
that?
Hurd. Jay Hurd, Wareham Community Television. The contract is up in 2015. Ordinarily, it takes several years, 2 or 3 years, to work the contracts out. So it's not unusual to have a study committee formulated this early in the process. That's all I know. Well,
Right, that's the only problem I had, because when I first looked at the contract, it said 2015, and I was saying, how come everybody's pressing now, like it's urgent, like it was due this June?
the contract is up in 2015.
Right.
But ordinarily, there's a lot of negotiations that go on between the town and Verizon and Comcast, and especially because we have 2 providers, it may increase the amount of time that the negotiations will take.
Mrs. Winslow?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I thought that Attorney Bowen was going to get back to us after reviewing, as Mr. Hurd mentioned, the contracts that we have with the license agreements that we have with Verizon and Comcast directly impact any negotiation with WCTV. And if my understanding was that Attorney Bowen was going to review those documents, which were provided to him and all of us about a month ago from the office, so that he could advise us as to how to go about and whether or not what those license agreements actually contained. I mean, we know now that they do contain certain fees, I think, but I actually am not sure that we should be having this discussion absent. This is strategy related to a negotiation.
There's 2 different contracts. A contract between the town and Verizon and Comcast, and there's a second one between WCTV and the town. I think you're referring to the one which theoretically should have been signed several years ago.
No.
The contract, yes, the contract between WCTV and the town was supposed to be signed right after the contract with the town and Comcast and Verizon. So it's about 10 years overdue.
Right. No, Mr. Hurd, I understand that. What I'm actually referring to is that the license agreements with Comcast and Verizon, the attorney was supposed to review those license agreements and come back to this board again in executive session to advise us on our strategy going forward. So my issue is that the conversation that we're having right now, we really shouldn't have until after the attorney has come back to us after reviewing, because those license agreements are actually much longer than the contract that we sign directly with WCTV.
Correct.
So, what are you shaking your head for?
Mrs. Winslow, if you,
Excuse
Mr.
me,
Chairman.
go ahead. Are you finished?
No, but
Okay.
he's shaking his head.
Instead
So
of interrupting, go
Oh,
ahead.
I didn't interrupt her.
Okay.
no, he can go ahead. But I'm not. I just want to reserve my right to rebut because he's shaking his head.
I just want to make it very clear that the town of Wareham and WCTV do not and never have had a signed contract.
Correct. That's a separate issue from.
That's what I thought we were here discussing tonight.
Well,
Was the
well, tonight we're talking about, are we going to have a Cable Study Committee. So we need to have a committee that's going to investigate what's going on. Instead of having us a discussion now, form a committee, let them get up with Attorney Bowen, and then come back to us, whatever recommendation, whoever you want on the committee.
Well, Mr. Chair, I believe that Mr. Bowen was going to be coming to us sometime in January to update us on all litigation, and perhaps at that time he could give us an update on this and give us some guidance before we go ahead and make any decision, since we did ask for his guidance in this. And I do feel bad, Mr. Hurd, that you sat here, waiting for this conversation, and now we're kind of putting you off, but...
No, I wasn't planning on speaking, actually.
Okay.
I came as an observer. There are two issues, and I think the issue that was coming up before the board tonight is the study committee to investigate the contract with the town and Verizon and Comcast. And I think that looking at other towns, a 3-year window seems to be appropriate to actually get that done in 2 or 3 years. So it's not premature to try and put together a study committee from the town's perspective to address the issues with Comcast and Verizon.
No, and I agree with you. I just, from my position, I hesitate to take any action on this agenda item at this point, having sought advice from our counsel and not received it as of yet. And I'd just like to wait until, I mean, he said he could, I saw an email go out about coming in January. I mean, I don't want to put this off forever because I do think it needs to be addressed. But I'd like to hear what town council has to say before I go ahead and do something. That's just my opinion. I'd like to see if we could put this off till after that meeting.
Well, whether we have a study committee or not, if we have a study committee and the attorney are going to get together, then they'll come back to us. Study committee, I think, needs to start working on it with the attorney. Because if it's a 3-year window, it's going to be going on for a while. We need to find out all parties, Comcast, Verizon, and cable, what we're doing. And,
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
I have to admit that I'm actually uncomfortable not receiving, having asked and not received the advice of counsel on a number of different issues related to this. And I tend to agree with Selectman Winslow. I think that we need to have advice from town council on a number of issues prior to appointing a cable advisory committee. And I would move that we request the presence of town council at the next meeting that he can attend to discuss this matter in an executive session.
Second.
Okay, wait, let me ask Mr. Andrews on that. When is he due to come to our next meeting?
Mr. Chairman, through you, I believe it's either the 24th or the 17th or the 24th, so I know he's preparing documentation. And I believe that it is prudent not to go into discussions that we had in the executive session to talk about this. I would also like to remind Mr. Hurd to remind his board of directors to be patient and to understand that this is a process, and that if you know it to be, through you, Mr. Chairman, a 2 to 3 year window of opportunity to talk about various items pertaining to not only the contract with WCTV but also with the providers, that they be patient, because we're getting, I think the word that I would use, barraged with emails about why aren't we talking about this, how come we can't. So I happen to agree that you can appoint a committee, and that committee can work to provide the board with an update. If the board wants to wait for Mr. Bowen's guidance on this, then that's fine too. But I think they're two separate processes that need to take place, and I'll stand corrected if I'm wrong. Thank you.
Okay, on that, why don't we just have the attorney forward us the information that we need to look at, and we can have them come up, and then we can work on it once that's brought before us.
And certainly, if we can help you in any way, if I can help you with the committee and the contract with Verizon and Comcast, I'd be more than happy to do that. And you're right, Mr. Andrews. It's two separate issues. And I understood that the issue was Verizon and Comcast in the town tonight.
Right, in the meantime, we can check on what Mrs. Begley had mentioned about the past committees and see who was on that, so we can have a feel for what we're going up against. Anything else?
Yeah, it is on our radar, a number of different issues. So I just want,
Thank you.
I understand the sense of, there's some sense of urgency on your part, but we are looking at it. But while you're here,
Yes.
I would like to ask, what are the odds of getting a handheld cordless mic for this table, so that if we, in the event that we need to have, there's a lot of discussion back and forth here, and this may be out of order here, but there's a lot of discussion here that people have trouble using the microphones.
Okay.
And I would love to see a cordless handheld mic here, if that would be possible.
And I mean, just curious, for what purpose? How would it be better than?
I think it's
tabletop?
something that certainly somebody could pick up off the desk and bring close to their mouth, or if we, for whatever reason, we had someone who couldn't make it up to the table.
Yeah, at the excuse me, at our last joint meeting.
Yes.
Right, we had problems with it, and I think you had related a message about how we can
Yes. Well,
solve the problem, so.
As I think in the emails, if we can have some sort of, even be involved in the preliminary discussions of unusual configurations in the meeting, we can help you look better for the broadcast. But to answer that question, I will look into that right away.
I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you very much. I think.
You're welcome.
Motion made, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Hurd.
Yes.
Motion made.
There's a motion made and seconded.
Motion made and seconded to have Mr. Bowen at the next meeting or whenever he's available. Okay? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, all opposed? 5-0-0. Mr. Holmes.
Next up is the establishment of dates for the April 2012 town meeting. Ready?
It's all yours.
All right. I make a motion that Board of Selectmen approve and establish dates for the annual town meeting. April 2nd, 2012 elections.
First Tuesday of April, is that the third?
Third, right. I think it is.
Just reading off a document.
You said April second. It says the second on here.
It says April 2nd.
That's incorrect, it's the third.
Can we check that, please?
In fact, Mr. Holmes, it's a typo. Down further in the document, it says Tuesday, April 3rd.
All right.
And I know that Tuesday is correct because I'm traveling by air on
So
that
your
day.
birthday?
No, my birthday is the 5th, thank you. But you
I
will have
saw
a
that
cake for me on the 3rd, correct?
Okay, April 3rd.
Just kidding.
2012 will be the election. Can we check April 23rd and make sure that's Monday night? That's incorrect as well.
Yeah, that's on a Monday. Yeah. That's on a Monday.
That's okay. April 23rd, 2012 will be the general business meeting. On January 10th, which is today, the Board of Selectmen will establish the dates. On Friday, February 17th, 2012, will be the last day to post in at least one public place in each precinct. Notice of intention of the Board of Selectmen to call an annual town meeting for April 23rd, 2012, by law, Article 1, Section 3, 10 days notice by posting in precinct before the warrant closes. Friday, March the 9th. The last date to submit petition articles to be inserted in the warrant. Wareham Home Rule Charter, Section 2-4, 45 days before town meeting convenes. Tuesday, March the 13th, the Board of Selectmen should officially close the warrant. Friday, March 16, 2012, will be the last day to poach in each precinct and deliver a copy of the warrant to the town moderator and to the chairman of each committee established by Section -2 of the Wareham Home Rule Committee, Section 2-4, within 3 days of closing the warrant. Tuesday, March the 20th, 2012 would be the last day to submit to the Finance Committee articles included in the warrant. And that's by law no later than 35 days before town meeting convenes. April 3rd would be the commencement of the annual town meeting, election day, the first Tuesday in April. Thursday, April 5th, 2012. Sorry?
That's my birthday.
Oh, right, yeah. I'm sorry. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you.
Will be the last date to publish the entire warrant in a local newspaper, Wareham Home Rule Charter, Section 2-4. That's 14 days prior to town meeting. And Monday, the 23rd, 2012, would be the general business portion of the annual town meeting. By law, Article 1, Section 1, the fourth Monday of April 2012. So moved, I think.
Second.
Motion made and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? 500.
Oh, and then, I guess I could have just read this on the back, but I think that we had to go through that. And this is to the elected constable in the town of Wareham. Greetings in the name of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, in accordance with the provisions of Division 1, Article 1, Section 3 of the bylaws of the town of Wareham, amended, you are hereby directed to notify and warn the legal voters of the town of Wareham that an annual town meeting has been called by the Board of Selectmen to be held at 8 a.m. on Tuesday, April 3rd. We need to make sure that that's changed. For the election of officers, and to be adjourned until 7 p.m. on Monday, April 23rd, 2012, at which time the general business of the town meeting shall be transacted. The last day for submission of articles for insertion in the warrant is 5 p.m. Friday, March the 9th, 2012. The warrant for this meeting will close on Tuesday, March 13th, 2012, and you are hereby directed to serve this notice by posting attested copies thereof in at least one public place and in each precinct within the town on and before Friday, March 16, 2012. Hereof fail not, and make due return of this posting with your doings thereon to the town clerk, given under our hands at Wareham this 10th day of January in the year 2012, the Wareham Board of Selectmen. So moved.
Second.
Motion made by Steve, second by Kara.
Mr. Chairman, that document will have to be amended so that the correct date is inserted for the election.
Yeah. Mr. Andrews taking care of it as we speak. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? 500.
Next up is the Chamber, Cape Cod Chamber of Commerce group. Please come up. When you speak, if you'd introduce yourselves, you have to speak right into that. You get very close to that mic so that people will be able to hear you.
I'm Tracy McCarthy. I'm the incoming chair for the Canal Region Chamber of Commerce. And we just wanted to give you a little overview of what the Chamber's been doing over the past year. Some statistics we have. This past year we've had 24 events. We have some really great networking events that the Chamber hosts just about every month, and we get a really good turnout, usually over 100 people. We've had 24 events this past year. We have produced $353,500 in direct economic impact, driving 18,852 referrals linking local businesses. The networking events themselves have made countless referrals for our members. But in addition to that, the Chamber's also has given over 18,852 referrals directly to our members. 28%, or $100,000, is spent marketing the region. We operate 2 visitor centers, welcoming 86,648 tourists. $28,500 is spent or donated to donated to police, fire, scholarships, food pantries, and the arts. $225,000 is spent with local businesses. So the Chamber does a lot with all the local businesses, promoting businesses, helping them get referrals, giving direct referrals themselves. And because of that, I know myself, my business has grown quite a bit. So thanks to the Chamber, all of the small business in Wareham, Bourne, and Sandwich has been able to grow.
My name is Rick Hollis, and I'm a resident here in Wareham. I'm also a business owner on Main Street. We have a family-run insurance agency, and I'm here tonight just to support our regional chamber, and I'm available for anybody in the Wareham area to sit down and talk with so that I can help them understand how the chamber could help them. And that's about all I have to say tonight.
And I'm Maria Oliva, the Executive Director, and I appreciate the opportunity to address you today. And I think one of the reasons we're here is to let you know of our regional strengths and that our modus operandi is regional. And that what that means is that there are no borders when it comes to communities and customers that come from everywhere. So everything we do are in collaboration with other chambers on Cape Cod and southeastern Massachusetts. For example, we work on global transportation issues with the Cape Cod Transit Authority on the Sagamore Rotary, which does impact Route 6 and 28. We work on transportation issues on the Cohasset Narrows Bridge, which affects Bourne and Wareham together. So we look at the big picture of how we can help people. The recent legislation that was just passed with the Plymouth Area Chamber and the Canal Region Chamber as an economic development entity is a huge thing. And what that meant is that they came to the Canal Region Chamber because they wanted to include Wareham businesses. What that means is that the state has designated us as an economic development entity, which we want to work closely with your CEDAR person when they come in, and the stakeholders would be the Bourne Financial Development Corporation and Bourne and CEDAR as stakeholders on this board that would oversee over 11 communities, including the town of Wareham, in terms of how we can help businesses grow, finance, recruit, have a mass database of all properties throughout the 11 communities, and survey all these businesses. We're guided by the Mass Office of Business Development. So that was just recently new, and one of the reasons why is because of our strength as a regional chamber. We also have events with all the southeastern chambers going all the way down to Taunton and Fall River, where we've had events and as many as 30 and 40 businesses come from Wareham. We've done business expos, networking forums, and we really believe that the regional, again, is our biggest strength. And also on the Cape Cod Centennial Committee for the celebration of the Cape Cod Canal, we have many Wareham representatives on that committee. We work very closely with the Onset Bay Association, the Wareham Village Association, the Wareham Garden Club, the Boys and Girls Club of Wareham are all members of our group, and so we work with nonprofit organizations to partner with them to help develop, advertise, market, and so that we can be a strong force for the area. So we're proud of our record. You have our 6 or 7 page document, which we had sent to you. I amended it to include the Regional Economic Development Corporation, so you have. And then we added the statistics to show you the tangible evidence that we have, because we want you to see what we do, and it's better to show you tangible evidence, as well as the fact that we have in the Wareham Courier a monthly newsletter that we publish, and so we let the public constituency know how many sponsors we have, what we do, all the economic development sponsors we had at Lindsay's recently for social media. Was unbelievable how many Wareham businesses came to that, and it was very helpful to know how social media can help your business. So what we do is we do economic development seminars, networking, economic development entity, helping to finance business, and then we also do tourism for our visitor centers that we operate and solely fund, and we fundraise, and we're totally self-sustaining and don't really receive any money from the state. We do it ourselves. But I couldn't do it without our 23-member board of directors that come from Bourne, Sandwich, and Wareham, a majority of which are from the Wareham area, and we consider Wareham a priority, and we're happy to be here and appreciate the opportunity to address you here tonight.
Thank you very much for coming before us. Board members, we'll start on the left. Do you have any questions?
Well, I love the Scallop Festival.
Thanks.
It's one of my favorite things. But I really do appreciate you coming in and giving us a snapshot of of what you do and how it does impact this community. So, and I know it's late and everybody has to go to work tomorrow, but thank you all for taking the time to do this, and it's much appreciated.
You're welcome. I just wanted to mention the Scholar Fest also helps the economic development in Wareham because people come and stay at certain lodging facilities, and the restaurants at Wareham have told me that they also go to restaurants in Wareham, so it does help. But again, it's a collaborative effort, and whatever we do, we want to be able for it to be beneficial to Wareham. So I appreciate your time to listen to us tonight.
Mr. Snyder.
Mr. Chairman, first I'd like to also thank you for coming in, but Mr. Chairman, I have to tell you I'm a little bit bewildered as to why. I understand that chambers of commerce are an important part of community and economic development, but I'm unsure why we have had in the last couple of months both chamber of commerces come in before this board, because frankly, I don't understand what authority we have over them, and I'm not sure why. It appears as though, and unfortunately this is no reflection on any chamber in particular, but it seems like we are kind of, by doing this, pitting them against one another, and I just think that it's I'm hoping that eventually they'll be able to work together going forward. But these are private nonprofits, and I'm just not sure why they're on our agenda, whether it be Gateway Chamber of Commerce or Cape Cod Canal Region Chamber of Commerce.
Well, they had requested to be on, and since we had the other one come up, it was polite to have both of them. In other words, like equal time, so they came up to present their.
Okay, and I understand that, and I can certainly I can understand that, but again, I guess from my standpoint, we don't have any approval authority over them, and that's the only point that I'm trying to make here.
Mr. Snyder, if I may, it has nothing to do with approval authority. We develop relationships with the selectmen in Sandwich, in Bourne, in Wareham, and with the town administrators, and we have very strong relationships with them because we can't do it without public officials and public leaders like yourself supporting what we do. Revitalization efforts, all kinds of economic development efforts cannot be done with the leaders at the top of the community. So chambers work hand in hand with your economic development entities and your town administrators and your public officials, all of which we invite you to all our events so you can see what we're doing. So we just want you to be aware of what we're doing, and it has nothing to do with any other organization that wants to grow and be a part of Wareham. It has nothing to do with that at all. It's just that our feeling is that local officials and elected officials and town administrators are key to develop relationships with nonprofits that make the quality of life better in the communities. So I appreciate what you said.
Okay,
thank you.
On this side.
Hi, thanks for being so patient. I know the hour is late. Okay. If you could just tell me, Marie, how many towns are in the regional, your regional chamber of commerce?
Primarily, it's Bourne, Sandwich, and Wareham, but we do have some members in Plymouth, and we also have some members on the Cape because of our visitor centers. But the primary representation is from the 3 towns of Bourne, Sandwich, and Wareham.
Thanks. And I just see this the Gateway Chamber of Commerce as being part of the growth and progress. It's kind of a natural progression. And for example, I keep equating things to nursing, because that's where my life has been for much of my adult life. And I may belong to, say, I'm a registered nurse. But then I go down into specialties. It doesn't mean that I'm not a registered nurse anymore. So I can't see that people would be drawn away from the Cape Cod Regional Chamber of Commerce. And I think that because of your expertise and the number of years and the contacts and the networking that you've done, that you and your board would want to see the Gateway Chamber succeed and work together. And I just think that so much more can be accomplished by working together in different endeavors. I can't imagine that what it would be like if I had to choose the various professional organizations that I belong to. I don't choose. Okay, I can't be part of the Cardiac Registered Nurses Association because I'm already a member of the Pediatric Nurses Association. So I think that working together in something like this should make you proud. I think it should make the regional center proud that that the town would want to kind of bring the businesses together and shine. And I'm not saying that this would take away from the regional chamber. I'm saying that this would kind of add to it, and you can certainly assist in this endeavor with all of your areas of expertise.
Well, our record is about collaboration, and we have no issue with collaborating with any organization.
Absolutely. I don't see this as, and it shouldn't be seen as any kind of competition. I think this should be seen as a collaboration. We're talking about people that are dedicated to their various communities, and they're dedicated to the professionalism and the businesses. We all succeed when businesses succeed. So I can't imagine that you're going to lose people that I think it's going to be in conjunction with.
Again, I think the purpose of this was, I agree with collaboration, and was to just inform you in terms of what we do, and to also let you know that we like to work hand in hand with our elected officials.
That's wonderful, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
I was just going to make a point that you came here to inform us, and it's not a debate to whether one is good or not, but I appreciate you coming in. Mr. Holmes have anything?
Mr. Schneider had his hand up. You want to go?
I just had one. I had one more comment.
Well, if he wants to finish, let's go ahead.
Just on the issue of collaboration, alliances are always formed from collaborations, and I have a very good friend of mine who wrote a very well-known paper about collaboration and alliances formed between community and economic development corporations up in Boston, and I'll forward that document to you because it's really valuable.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. Through you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to say, I think it's
Marie.
kind of a coincidence that you're here the same night we're talking about hiring the CEDAR director, because that's a very important decision, obviously for this board and for the town. But I do want to say that since I've been here, it's almost 2 years now. I have attended some of the business networking events. And I do know that you were very instrumental working with Mr. Andrews when we did our initial Safe Summer programs. We had the Highline people come in. We had a lot of people from the chamber come in and help us to get those things going. So listen, we'll take all the help we can get, but your efforts are really appreciated by the town. I want you to know that, and by local businesses. And my only comment about the Scallop Festival is I know that you generate a lot of income for Onset on that weekend, because I have a small Maltese, and every time that bus goes by with the people to the cruise, he goes crazy at the front window, and he doesn't stop for 4 days. He doesn't care too much for the big buses. But, no, really, and I think we even jumped on board that last year when we handed out, Mark, wasn't it? We handed out those bags of all the stuff, remember?
Materials, yes.
The promo.
All the materials and everything we tacked on was what you guys were doing with the Highline.
Yep.
So, I think to Mike's point that collaboration is important. Anything we can do together to try to get business in Wareham and try to get business growing in Onset and bring economic development here is the #1 priority. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
And thank your
very much.
members
Thank you. Have a
as
good
well.
night. Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Mike Forrest, next. Yeah. Okay. Good evening. Welcome.
Good evening.
If you wouldn't mind just to introduce yourself, and I think we've seen some summaries about why you're here. Just kind of give us the detail, maybe you and Peter, and
Sure.
so we can get it done.
Angela Dunham, Minot Forest Chair, on behalf of the Minot Forest Committee. I'd like to thank you all for giving us this opportunity to present information on a proposed red pine harvest project that we're going to be doing. I brought a letter, a memo, actually, that Dave Pichette, Conservation Administrator, sent to me this afternoon. If I could approach you, and I have pictures. I brought show and tell. Oh, thank
Sure.
you.
Well, you can approach, but Peter can't.
Oh.
Ah.
Sorry.
Oh, you know what? I'm so sick. Just hand them. Yep.
Oh,
I don't
well,
want to
there-
touch. Yes, I don't want to touch anything.
There's a
Everybody
letter
else is
for
gonna
each
touch.
of you.
I'll look.
Mrs. Winslow, there's a letter for each of you there.
Oh.
So there's... Is it...
No, that's as far as it'll go.
That's
That's
it?
why we wanted a
Okay.
handheld.
Okay, sorry. Thank you. In any case, I'd like to introduce, this is Peter Teitelbaum, member of the Minot Forest Committee, Sandy Slavin, you all know Minot Forest Committee, and this is Mr. Phil Benjamin, licensed forester, who generated our forest management plan for
Welcome.
us. So to give you an overview of why we're here, I'm going to turn it over actually to Mr. Benjamin. He can
Okay.
explain.
Mr. Benjamin.
He can explain to
You
you.
get, Mr. Benjamin, you have to speak really close to that.
close to the mic.
Really close to the
microphone so
mic.
they
Okay,
can-
how's that?
Okay.
Thank you, Phil.
Thank you for your time. My name's Phil Benjamin, private consulting forester, licensed with the state. Been doing this for over 30 years. Been working with the Minot Town Forest Committee since 1988, I believe. I updated their forest management plan, forest stewardship plan about 3 years ago. Since that time, there are a number of planted stands of red pines, which are not a native species for southeastern Massachusetts, that have gone from thriving to dead in a rather rapid period of time. There are a number of factors contributing to the demise of the red pine. You can debate climate change, but there are a number of insects and fungi that are moving north that are afflicting the red pine. It's a native of northern New England. In any case, these red pines that we are discussing tonight, there's approximately 7 acres of plantation red pine that's virtually all dead. It's in the area right across the street from Forest View Nursing Home, and extends a little bit further south along Indian Neck Road. Angie contacted me this summer. We've been dealing with the same situation for the city of New Bedford up on some of the watershed properties in Rochester and Lakeville. We had a pilot project this spring with an operator who was willing to come in and try salvaging this dead wood. All these trees that we're talking about tonight are dead and have been dead for going on a year and a half, to try and see if he could salvage that wood for the value of the wood. This wood is all being used as chips, for fuel chips. Most of the mills that take these chips are, the nearest one is Westminster, Mass. These chips are going to Portsmouth, New Hampshire, and several other facilities in New Hampshire. Trucking is an extremely brutal cost right now. Most guys who do land clearing usually charge landowners to have that service provided, plus they take the wood on top of that. This particular operator is willing to do it for the wood. The other reason I was very interested in his services was the type of equipment he has. He works with a tracked machine with a boom. The cutting head is on a boom that reaches out close to 30 feet. There is a very thriving understory of white pine and mixed oak seedlings and saplings that have come in because of sunlight, because of loss of the canopy from the dead red pines. With this type of equipment and with the reach, the actual impact on that young generation of trees that are growing in there right now will be really minimized. Rather than having to drive up to every tree, snip it, and then walk it back somewhere else, you'll be able to reach out, grab it, and then not have to drive over all this young growth. I have described the situation both at the Minot Town Forest Committee and also reviewed it on site with Dave Pichette with the Conservation Commission, and with the operator in mind. Once we had that meeting before Christmas, I put together and submitted a Chapter 132 forest cutting plan, which is submitted to both the Wareham Conservation Commission and DCR for approval. Once DCR's had it for 10 business days, unless there's a problem, the landowner is given the go-ahead, unless there's issues with natural heritage, which there aren't in this case. I think, based on past history, with some of the work that we've done in Minot Town Forest, we felt it was incumbent to be sure everyone was aware of what the project involved and understood why the project was being carried out. And if there were going to be any questions, this would be the good time to answer them, or try to answer them.
Any questions from the board? Start with the left-hand side.
I just want to say, thank you for your perseverance in this. It's been a long process. I know. Is there something we have to actually do, or okay? I just wanted to be sure.
I'd like to let you know that there aren't any wetlands issues with this. That's
Okay.
an important factor in this. And this is an opportunity for the public to know also what's going on, because there have been problems in the past with a cutting project that was done, and people were not really aware of what was going on. And we want to be upfront with what's happening so that the public can understand why. I'm sure anyone driving by there, any of you going down Indian Neck Road, you can see clearly from the road's edge how many have died. And it's incredible to me that we went from one of the Oak Street residents contacting us, asking us for permission to cut, I think it was between 7 and 10 trees, to a year later we have hundreds now dead. A year and a half, as you said. So Peter can address for us why we would like to meet with Town Council. I've heard from Mr. Andrews that we are able to meet with Town Council. We'd like to let you know more or less what the issues are, because we want to make sure that the town's interests are being covered and addressed.
Well, Peter Teitelbaum, I'm a member of the Minor Forest Committee and have been for the past couple of years. My concerns as an attorney, and I'm not the town's attorney, so I'm not going to do the work for you, but is just when you're dealing with a project like this, where you're using heavy equipment in one of the most dangerous professions in the world, frankly, I want to make sure that we have a good contract with the service provider. I want to make sure that we deal with insurance issues, we deal with liabilities issues, possibly workman's comp issues if he's got employees. I want these things to all be spelled out contractually, and that's beyond the scope of what we as a committee can do. So that's why we're here. I guess Mr. Andrews has given his blessing to it, but we wanted also to discuss with Mr. Cruz in particular, because he's another permitting authority for access to town council, if you will, why we would like to meet with Attorney Bowen and just to sort of lay out the project to him, get his thoughts, discuss any potential bid issues that might be involved with this under the general laws, and then before we proceed with this, to get a good contract, let him negotiate it, and make sure that we're get off on the right foot with this. I grew up basically almost in that forest. I played in it when I was a little kid. It pains me no end to think of what that's going to look like after this is done and all those trees are gone for a 1/3 stretch of a mile along the road. But it's necessary, and it's necessary not only to encourage a new forest, it's necessary for the safety of the motorists who drive along there, it's necessary for the safety of the people in their backyards so they don't have forest trees coming down on them in a storm. So unfortunately, this is the point we've arrived at, and so we're here to notify you and the public as well as to the need for this project and why the scope has to be so large.
Mr. Chairman, through you. Mr. Teitelbaum, first I want to say it's nice to put a face with a name. I think you and I have corresponded in the past. Actually, you raised a couple of issues that actually also concern me. And one of them is, given the amount of trees that are being taken down, and I know that a lot of you folks are in that area, the impacts with respect to noise and maybe additional winds that the homes in that area may face, has there been any thought given to that?
Well, one of the things we need to iron out via the contract is the amount of time that the logger is going to need in there. We're hoping it's a limited period of time, but maybe Mr. Benjamin could give us a sense of that.
Ideally, if we can take care of it within the next month or so, while the ground is firm, there's no wildlife really active right now. No one's nesting, obviously, at this point in time, and the soil is good and firm, or is supposed to be this time of year. We get some frost. Now's the time to be doing it.
Yeah.
And I think once a guy is in there, it probably would only take probably maybe 3 weeks' time. Barring equipment issues or weather issues. So and the machine itself is actually pretty quiet. It's surprisingly quiet.
Okay. But do you anticipate any impacts between the time that the forestry, or I'm not sure the term I want to use.
Salvage, essentially.
Right. Between the time that the trees are salvaged and then the time that they grow back, is there any I guess I'm asking, you know,
Are you asking about the soundproofing provided by those dead trees right now?
soundproofing, shadow, you know,
Privacy.
The trees,
Exactly.
the trees are dead. There is no, and their foliage was above and beyond any house that existed along Oak Street. The prevailing winds are southeast. These trees are to the north of those homeowners, so even the dead stumps did not offer a lot of wind protection or noise abatement. Now, right along Indian Nick Road, there's a strip of smaller trees and brush and stuff. I know, it's 10 o'clock.
Mr. Chairman, motion to go beyond the hour of 10.
Okay, we need a motion, and we need to do at least 118 Sandwich Road. They've been here. So we'll do this and 118 Sandwich Road.
I'd like to finish an agenda, Mr. Chair, so I'll
Make a
second
time
that
limit.
motion to finish the agenda.
When you say the agenda, you're talking
The existing agenda, to finish the agenda.
motion to go till.
We
I said-
finished the agenda.
second? Do you need a second?
Yeah, I need a second if you're
I'll
gonna.
second
to
that
go
motion.
To finish the agenda.
Mo-
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? No, okay.
Okay.
4-1-0.
The clearing will take place about 30 or 40 feet off of Indian Nick Road, so that existing lower shrub and trees will still be a barrier off of the road itself. But once these dead trees are removed, it will be a quick development to bring up those seedlings and smaller deciduous trees that exist in that area. Yes, it will take some time. These trees were planted in 1938. It took them a long time to get nice and straight and tall, then they died. It was just unfortunate that all of the same material was planted, the same species was planted in the same confined area. And that's why anybody who does any type of planting does not do this type of cluster. Does that answer the, does that answer your question regarding?
It does,
you know,
and the only other question I had was with respect to the 30B, but I think that Mr. Titlebaum has already answered that for me, so I have nothing else.
This is not valuable as lumber use. If they were live red pine, they would be definitely valuable, but as dead red pine, they are not.
Wood pellets is what they're making with them, probably.
That's it. They're only good for that. You know, healthy red pines would make fine telephone poles, and we could get some money for them, and we wouldn't be going in and clear cutting a swath like that. Even in the event we were trying to raise money, we wouldn't manage the forest in that fashion. But this is an emergent circumstance, and we just have to deal with it as it is.
You wanted to ask about a sign?
Oh, the other thing is, and again, with the last forest project, I wasn't on the committee at that time. My mother was. She told me all about it. There were quite a few complaints from people driving by. Why are you doing this to the forest? In addition to using this forum that you've provided us, what we'd like to do is possibly go to conservation and ask them for a little bit of funding for an informational sign to go up along the side of Indian Neck Road, so people can see the sign. You know, just a few sentences explaining what's happening and why it's happening, so that to allay some of their fears and concerns. I think that would be a good idea for educating the populace. I think you people would all be getting fewer phone calls if we did that, which would make your lives a lot easier. And so I just wanted to let you know that that's something we're considering as well. I'd like to bring up to Mr. Bichette. So at this point, I guess.
Questions on this side, Mr. Baker?
Thank you, Mr. Cruz. I looked at the pictures that you sent me, Angie, the Google Earth pictures, and it is unmistakable. I mean, you can absolutely see it, which is a huge swath of dead trees.
That's not an up-to-date. That's not an up-to-date Google picture. It's actually much larger, but it does already show the dying red pine in it.
Yes. Once this is all gone through council, of course, and we proceed, and we certainly have to, because they're a danger on so many levels, not the least of which is fire. It's a fire hazard. But I would strongly suggest that once there is an undertaking, that you have like a huge press release, or even have the press involved, because people do pay attention to the local news or on the blogs or whatever they happen to do. But I think you're absolutely right. When people see loggers in there, there's going to be misconceptions, but We're here to tell you that there's red pine disease, and there's dead trees that need to come down. They're a hazard. But thanks for your hard work on this.
No, I appreciate that. That's a good idea, that we should possibly notify some of the local media. Maybe have them come out there, take a picture, show our logger chopping away. At this point, unless any of the other committee members...
I would like to add something. Out of this, the logger will need a staging area, and we should be able to get out of it a 6-car parking lot. There you go, Mr. Cruz. You'll have a place to put 6 cars. Now, along this road here, we were out walking it, developing a path for a new path that had been funded by CPA funds. We held that off because of this potential logging issues. So here we have a chance to develop a 6-car parking lot and develop a path through the section of forest that includes this cutting. Maybe give more access to a section that currently people don't walk because most of them walk off behind the mine at school. So there you have a 6-car parking lot.
Yeah, the only question I was going to ask is parking. You know how I am with... Right, because we own all this land, we maintain it, and we can't get to it. I have friends that use mine forest, and they have to park half on and half off the road or go by the cemetery, and that's a big area. One parking lot, I think you need at least 2, but anyway, that's a start.
Okay, the parking area actually will be across from the Forest View entry, so that it would be less of a traffic hazard than any other way, you know, along that route. So we've taken that into consideration too. People will be able to see it from both sides, both angles.
Now you did get in touch with the police department.
I will get in touch.
For putting your parking and everything else, just to make sure we're right on the right page.
Okay.
Yeah, I will say that our original plan was to put it, there's actually a paper street, it's an old fire road that runs up from the top of the paved portion of Oak Terrace, and it cuts straight through. You can't get through there anymore, there's a guardrail, it's not drivable anymore. The original plan was for the staging area to be there because you could start there and then just proceed up the road. But we realized that that was on a corner, and the idea of people backing out into cars whipping around the corner going 50 miles an hour, we didn't think that was such a great idea. So the new staging area is the area across from Forest View, which has good visibility both directions. You've got a couple hundred yards from any intersection at that point, I think. So that should be pretty safe. But your point of letting the police know, and at least getting their input on it is a good idea.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
Right,
Thank you.
And you made a remark earlier, using the attorney can come from either the town administrator or from the board.
Right.
It's not only 1 or 2 individuals.
No, well, I guess we've got both. And to that point, do we have a time, Mark, possibly when?
Rich will be here on Thursday, if I could, through you, Mr. Chairman. We need to, as Selectman Schneider has appropriately pointed out, follow the 30B process so that we've got something in the file on this and have the appropriate insurance and other indemnification provisions. So Thursday afternoon, if you want to let me know, Angie, what's good for you, just let me know and we'll set it up.
2 o'clock?
I don't have my BlackBerry with me right now, so
Okay.
why don't you call the office tomorrow? Okay, great. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is the 118 Sandwich Road update.
Past his bedtime.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Bob Aethier, Health Agent for Wareham Board of Health.
No, thanks.
And Mr. Andrews. I took some photos today as requested by the board when I was here approximately a month ago. These are the latest photos. Mr. Black is here. He's Mr. Phillips' brother and relative, and he has done a wonderful job. He's been limited in his resources, and whoever's helping him out there has done a terrific job by hand. They have no equipment, so you'll see noticeable noticeable improvement in the lot. However, it still needs a lot of cleaning up. There's a lot of wood there. I was hoping Mr. Black would testify to the board that all the heirlooms or things that they were looking for are probably not there at this point, and that we could take over if it pleases the board to clean up the rest of that stuff that's out there now. But you can see that it's mostly debris, wood. I think they've gotten most of the metal out of there and anything that they could recycle. I did have one concern in my trips back and forth to 118 Sandwich Road. I have noticed that as debris is removed and piles go down, that I was checking for asbestos and any other hazardous waste that the board mentioned before. I had the DEP out there, Mr. Andrew Cooney, who's in charge of the Asbestos Bureau, and he didn't see anything that was at that time, you know, because he was looking from the road mostly. But I did find some shingles that appeared to be collected by Mr. Phillips. I don't believe they were on the building at all. The building, from photos that I've researched, they were wood shingles. I think it was just a matter of collecting them and putting them on the lot. I'm not sure, but I suspect that they're asbestos. I asked Mr. Black to cover it, which is the proper way of handling it, and I did talk to Mr. Perry, who's Mr. Phillips' attorney, and he said that he has somebody that is certified in asbestos, and he will send them out to the lot before the town does anything to make sure that there's no asbestos or hazardous waste on the property besides that. And if there is, then they will take the proper procedures to take care of it and deal with it before we take things apart. Mr. Andrews also asked me today to talk to Mr. Gifford in the event that he would do the cleanup, if that was something the board pleased also. And Mr. Gifford said he's standing by, and if the board decides that that's the way they want to go, he will commence operations immediately. Excuse me one second.
We can have Mr. Black come up and make a...
He's been working hard. He's very tired. He's been
Right.
there every day, night and day, it seems like, so. Oh, gee. All right.
Good evening, good evening. Thanks for
Mr.
waiting
Chairman.
all this time. So listening to Mr. Ethier, you are in agreement for us to go ahead and clean it up? And
No.
that's what he was just mentioning.
In our conversations today, I thought that when I asked you if you were about done with what you needed to take off the lot, then you would allow us to go in, and I thought that was an answer in the affirmative.
Some snow. I need like another 2 weeks, probably, if I can.
Well, Mr. Black, we gave you a month. We can get up with Mr. He was just suggesting that we may be able to do it with our department. I doubt it, but anyways, that's his call. And if we do start on it, it's going to take at least 3 weeks. Because by the time we get the paperwork and everything done, it's going to be 2 or 3 weeks. So you'll have 2 or 3 weeks to do whatever more you have. I'm not going to guarantee 2 or 3 weeks, but
That
I'm
would
seeing.
work because, I'm just tired.
Yeah, I know, because I
just-
drove by there and I seen
I
you
just-
out there working, so.
Yeah. Oh, you did? You should beep the horn and say hi. No, that's all
I don't want to stop you from working.
right. No,
Miss-
I just...
Mr.
No, it's
Chair?
just, it's just too... I'm
You're one man.
basically by hand. I'm doing it by hand. I just want to get whatever I can get right now, and that's it. But if you got 2 to 3 weeks before you, like, kind of go in there,
Right, well, we'll get up with Mr. Andrews and we'll see how soon we can get in there. And like I said, if we do it outside contractor, by the time we put it out and get the figures back, it will be, you know how it is in construction, it will take 2 or 3 weeks. And even with mobilizing our force, we have to see what their schedule is also.
Right,
But
right.
what we could do is let you know a week ahead of time or whatever when we're going in there.
Okay, all right, all right. That'll work with me. 'Cause
Okay.
I really do need. I didn't. There's no machine, no dumpster, no nothing there.
Right.
It's just I was.
Mr. Chair.
Okay, Mrs. Winslow?
Thank you. Mr. Black, if the board would agree, is it possible for us to move some of that pile of wood that you've made out of the way for
The
you?
wood will be gone in 2, 3. What you say, 3 weeks?
It'll probably be 2 to 3 weeks.
The wood
then.
will be gone.
Well, no, what I'm suggesting
What,
to
okay.
you is that it may be easier and less expensive if we can put our equipment in there to get that. When I drove by it the other day, there's that big pile of what looks like is going in a dumpster. Looks wood and whatever else. It had it didn't have a tarp on it anymore. The other stuff was covered with tarps. You could tell that you were trying to protect it, but this was just like a big pile of.
That will be gone in 2, 3 weeks. That whole thing will be gone. The thing is, it's not. I'm not stalling on purpose. I'm doing what I can with no resources. I'm just trying to get as much as I can get done, and then that's it.
I'm trying to offer you a resource.
Right.
I'm asking you.
No, I understand that. I just right now, no. I mean, I just.
If there's anything on that property.
I don't know. See, the problem is no, what I'm saying. I'm in the basement on the corner. If you went by today, you would have seen that. But the thing is, there's like rocks like this in the house. I mean, there's just so much debris. I mean, there's stuff in there that I know my brother didn't carry a rock in the house. He didn't carry the foundation in the house. It got so destroyed that at least I can try to work by hand. But the thing is, it only burnt here, and it got destroyed here.
I know.
Everything got totally mixed up.
I know, Mr. Black. We went through that.
Okay.
All I need. I'm trying to find a way that we can offer you the assistance that you need that may expedite the process.
Right. Make it quicker.
And make it less expensive, because at the end of the day, we're not paying for it.
Yeah, I am.
You are, or somebody is, but it's not.
Somebody's gonna pay for it eventually.
So I'm not sure, but perhaps, there's some way for us to assist you.
Right.
And
It's been too long.
it's not about the time, Mr. Black. It's about getting done what needs to be done in a timely and efficient manner while preserving, whatever family heirlooms or things that may still be of value on the property. We're all sensitive to that. We all understand that this isn't a situation that you created. We went through all that. Remember, we spent well over an hour on that. So I'm not sure, and I'm not sure how my colleagues feel, but is it possible for us, if Mr. Gifford has some equipment or some ability to move some of this larger stuff out of the way so he can finish what he's...
Well, let me put my 2 cents in it, because I've been in construction. If you're looking for efficiency, you need to get in there and get it done. If we put people in there to work in conjunction with him, it's going to slow our work process down.
Okay.
What we need to do right now, he's in agreement. We get the paperwork done. We'll have to see the lawyers, get the paperwork done, so we can go in there and clean up. In the meantime, you'll have time to work on it. And we can inform you in a week. Now, if the contractor comes and says he'll work with him, that's his liability, not ours. Because once we go in there, that's our liability.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Snyder.
Through you to Mr. Ethier. Mr. Ethier, I'm a little bit confused. When you just gave your report, did you tell us that there was resources available to remediate asbestos, according to counsel, for...
Yeah, I spoke with...
So I guess my question is, I mean, if there's that kind of resources available, why isn't the property being cleaned up using those resources? Because
somebody still has to pay. All it is what I did was, as the board suggested, I walked through the property periodically when things were moved.
Let me just, Mr. Chairman, and I don't mean to interrupt you, Mr. Ethier, but I just want to be very clear. You're not a certified asbestos inspector.
No.
Okay. So I guess from my standpoint, the issue is kind of irrelevant, but I just want to make that clear on the record, that there has been no testing for asbestos at that site.
No. So I talked to Mr. Phillips' attorney, Bob Perry, and I said, I saw some shingles on the property, and I suspect that they have asbestos in there. And
is there, Mr. Ethier, is there any plan to test the property for asbestos?
Yes. Bob Perry said that he has somebody he's going to send out there to test, do a walkthrough and test whatever materials he thinks is asbestos.
And when is that going to occur?
I thought he was going to be here tonight to testify to the board, and then he's not. I don't know. He didn't say that to me. He said he would get in touch with an asbestos contractor and send them out to the lot, and he would inform the board about that time when he had the information.
I would appreciate it if that, we could follow up on that process and, get back to the board on it, Mr. Ethier.
Well, if we do start the process, whatever contractor is going to work on it is going to go out there and look at it first. They're not going to take it blind.
Right.
They're going to go there and look at it, and they'll let us know if there's asbestos, because if there is, the cost goes up. So, and you know how that goes.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
If I could, Bob, I think what we need to do is talk to Mr. Perry in the morning, if we can, or try to reach his office, because we will need a licensed site professional by Massachusetts law to be able to test and to understand what is on the site, so that we can adequately put the project specifications together. And through that period, Mr. Black, Mr. Chairman Cruz, and Selectwoman Winslow, I think, indicated that you'd have some time to continue your process, because who knows when it's going to snow at this point, and then we're doing this again in the springtime. So we've been very fortunate thus far, but a licensed site professional would have to be available, Bob, to be able to certify what how, if anything, has to be disposed of properly with regards to any hazardous materials.
Yes.
So, but why don't we talk in the morning, Bob, with Mr. Gifford? That makes sense, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, and then with Rich Bowen,
Yes, Attorney Bowen as well. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for your patience.
I got no problem with whatever you want to do.
And then we'll keep,
But as
Mr.
far
Ethier will
as
keep you informed.
As far as the yeah, I just need a date.
Well, we'll find out when we get together. It'll probably be a couple of weeks, but anyways.
Mr.
And then
Chairman.
what we'll do is keep,
Anyway, so
well, and we'll keep you informed. Mr. Holmes?
Mr. Chairman, well, that all sounds warm and fuzzy, but my question is, through you to Mr. Ethier, the Board of Health obviously has some regulations in regards to asbestos. You're the Board of Health agent. You have, you may not be a certified inspector guy, but you're going to have somebody go out there. So here's my question to you. If you suspect that there's asbestos on that site because you made a visual identification of potential asbestos, correct? And yet the town, by this 5 people sitting here right now, are going to allow this gentleman to continue removing things from that site now that we know there is potential asbestos. Should we put some, I'm talking to the health agent, sir. One moment. What kind of, are we hanging ourselves out here, Bob, to any kind of liability as a town over asbestos on that property?
They're not removing any asbestos or shingles or otherwise. They're just removing metal.
He's removing items from that site, debris. Let's call it.
There's no machine there. So
I understand.
that's
Let's call it debris.
Me and one other person. That's it.
Right. To
Well,
the
I had
health
a
agent.
certified...
That's why it's taking so long.
Mr. Chairman?
To the health agent, if I could get an answer to the question.
Mr. Chairman, through you, I can answer the question. I had Andrew Cooney, who's in charge of the asbestos program at the DEP, go out there. He said he didn't see any at the time. I went out there subsequent to that when they moved some metals and saw some shingles piled up and covered up. I suspect it was just... Hmm?
It was neat. It was
Right, it's neat,
all
and
over.
and so I asked Andrew what we do about that now, and he said before you need to get an asbestos contractor. So I called Mr. Perry and said, "Do you know any asbestos contractors? Because you should hire an asbestos contractor on behalf of your client." And he said, "Yes, I do. I will send him out there, and I will give you the details the night at the hearing, which was a couple days ago." And then I was surprised that he wasn't here. I know what you're asking. He's removing metal only and scrap. He didn't touch any of the shingles or
I'll do
any...
whatever I gotta do. But there's not no machines, a machine can get it out of there like this. I'm still doing everything I'm doing by hand, not by this, by hands. It's me and one other person and whoever I can get for nothing. I'm not paying nobody nothing. That's why it's taking time. And
My question doesn't go.
That's
to
it.
any
I'm done.
Time or hands or machinery. It goes
Well,
to the
that's
health
why-
agent about potential of
Okay,
moving
all right,
asbestos
all right. That's why it's
off of
taking
that
so
site.
long.
That's my question. And
Well-
5 of us sitting here,
Right.
and would be liable if that asbestos.
That's
somebody-
correct, and that's what the DEP said, and that's why you should contract with somebody before machine gets in there. And that's what I've done with Mr. Perry. He said he's contracted with someone, and to cover the stuff on the site right now, keep it away from everything, which we've done, and it is packaged so it won't run off. I'm not even sure it is. I'm not a certified asbestos contractor. And I asked him, he says, well, it could be, it couldn't be. Until you get the guy out there to tell you it is, just cover it up. So, which we've done.
Mr. Chair, because, just to clarify through you, asbestos becomes dangerous when it's disturbed.
Right.
So, as long as Mr. Black isn't disturbing that, I know, but
You know how long it's gonna take me to
I,
get that by hand?
Mr. Black,
10 years.
I drive by the prop,
10 years.
honestly, my heart breaks. I see it every day, I drive by every day, but I just want to make sure that you understand that you're not supposed to touch that pile that's covered up,
yeah.
because until somebody's okay.
No, I got no problem with nothing.
That's not in, excuse me, through you, Mr. Chairman, that's not in the pile. It's on the side near the fence, safe, nobody's gonna touch it.
He
Is
said it was in a
friable?
pile, nice and neat.
Well, it's piled.
He's gonna
The
stay,
shingles are piled.
he's gonna stay away from it. That's
Right,
the bottom
right.
line.
All right, Mr. Chairman.
I think Mrs. Big.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Cruz.
I see all you, what's tomorrow? Wednesday? Why don't you all come over there, give me a hand, with your hands. And see
Not
how
if there's
hard it is.
asbestos there.
No, by the house side. I'm just,
No, I went by there today, and I hadn't been down Sandwich Road in some time, and the improvement is significant. I mean, there's still quite a bit of work to go, but the piles are way down. But I remember when we had the hearing that I had asked Mr. Ethier and when Attorney Perry was here if there were any hazardous materials on the lot. So this is just a new development, unaware that it was there, correct?
Right. After that, subsequent to your questions,
Right.
I contacted Andrew Cooney, who drove
Right.
by. He lives
Right.
in Wareham, and he
Right.
said, I don't see anything that looks suspicious on that lot.
He walked the site?
Supposedly,
Okay.
I wasn't with him. He went there himself, he said.
you walk that side, you trip and break your neck.
So,
If you
so
try to walk that side, it's not, it's a jungle over there. The thing is,
So can what we need to do is move this over. You need to take a vote, start the paperwork, get everything going. You'll have 2 or 3 weeks. We're gonna have to have someone go there and inspect the property and do whatever paperwork we need to do.
you don't even have to walk through this.
Well,
Just
no,
stand there like this.
it's a formality, and we have to go through it for our
No,
liability.
I know,
so-
I understand.
So we'll just go ahead and wet it and get everything going. In the meantime, you'll have a couple weeks to work on it.
And then I come back here?
Well, Mr.
No.
Ethier will let you know once we get the paperwork between the lawyers
Miss-
and everything else that needs to take effect. Mr. Snyder.
Mr. Chairman, given the issue or potential issue of asbestos, I want to make sure that we're acting very deliberately on how we proceed with this. And I've heard a plan up to the point where Mr. Ethier is waiting for Attorney Perry to bring in an inspector. If that doesn't happen, you know, and I'm not recommending that the board take action one way or the other, but I am interested in knowing, you know, what the next steps are, what the Board of Health's recommended next steps are, and how we should move forward. Because I view it as a serious issue for the town as far as potential liability goes.
I think Mr. Andrews alluded to it, that he would have someone go there and check everything out, and then we'll go from there. Because we got to get the lawyers and the State Department to get in there.
So how is this board going to be kept?
Well, yeah, they'll keep us informed. As soon as they get up with Mr. Bowen and start doing a thing, they can come back with any report as soon as they get it.
But until we have a determination, what happens? Because
Right.
our vote.
Our goal is to clean it up.
Right, but
Our goal is to clean it up, and
but
our
our-
liability needs to be to the minimum.
And our vote was to commence, at the meeting that we had, if I
Paperwork and-
recollect, we were to commence cleaning the property.
Yeah, when we say clean it, we
immediately.
need to clean it, but we know that we need to go through the proper steps and procedures to get it
You got a
done.
lot of work there.
Like I said, I just want to make sure that we're, you know,
And like you said, if it's stacked and it's not being disturbed,
Yeah. it's
No,
not.
no,
And
you know.
it's non-friable at this point.
I need you to donate your time.
we have a motion.
You work on Saturdays?
Mr. Chair?
Go there, go check it out.
Excuse me, yeah, Mrs. Begley?
Could, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sure that there's other, there have been other instances of a hazardous material in town. So, and I agree, I think that the motion should contain that prior to the cleanup, that I don't care who provides the inspector to determine the safety of that site and the materials within it, that has to happen prior to cleanup of the site. And I'm somewhat concerned that this gentleman has been handling potentially hazardous materials. But if, I'm sure that Mr. Burke could probably work,
Well,
I mean,
right-
certainly through Mr. Andrews.
Right now, we're assuming, and we're making comments that we're not sure of. What we need to do is get professional people in there to do their work. And that's what we'll do when we get the paperwork started. We'll have professional people go in there, take a look at it, and give us the determination.
Look at it.
Mr. Chair?
You must have looked at it.
I
There's nothing to look at.
A 2-cent job's gonna cost us a quarter, the way we're going about it right now.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Thank you. I don't believe that at this point we need another motion, because our motion that was crafted that evening was a cleanup order. It simply gave Mr. Black the 30 days. So at this point, although I would recommend that we wait to hear back from whoever's going to go look at the property before we put it out to bid, but at this point, we can move forward with the cleanup.
That's what we're saying, we have to have the paperwork.
Right,
Paperwork
but we
comes
don't need a vote on that. We already took that vote. I guess
Mr.
that's,
Andrews, proceed with the cleanup. Get the paperwork started, find out from the lawyer what we need to do and with his lawyer. Get
No.
whoever we need out there to inspect it.
Will Mr. Andrews be keeping in, will Mr. Ethier, somebody be keeping in touch with Mr. Black on the process? That we have to draft up the specs, the contractors have to come out and place a bid, we have to award a bid to a contractor. It's several weeks, so, okay. Thank you for waiting up.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Ethier, for
Happy New Year. Thank you, Mr. Ethier.
Mr. Holmes,
Other town business.
any other town business? Any other town business?
Have a
I-
good night, Mr. Black.
Now I gotta come back to you?
No.
No.
Not for now.
Not for now.
I have town business.
I got something for you.
We don't want to stop you from working.
No, I'm gonna keep working. I got something for you. I got 30 days.
I think he had his hand up.
Thank you for putting up with me, but I have nothing to do with nothing.
Yep.
Thank you for having
Thank you.
patience.
I got plenty
Any town business?
Mr. Chairman, I'm curious if
Okay,
we
go
have an update on the issue of the contractor in Zone 2. I actually have two issues.
Wait, I can't.
Two issues I'd like to address.
Is this under any town business?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm wondering if there's an update on the contractor who is parking trucks in Zone 2, salt runoff, through you to the town administrator.
Mr. Chairman, I asked Mr. Burke to come to inform us. I know he, through you, Mr. Chairman, was out to...
Sarah Beth Lane.
Sarah Beth Lane.
Is it 2 Sarah Beth Miles?
2.
Mr. Chair, I can't hear.
Excuse me. You have to step outside? No, you have to step outside. We're having a meeting here. You have to step outside. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Miles. Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman. Since
Mr. Snyder, continue.
since Mr. Burke is here, the other issue I actually have, maybe Mr. Burke can also expound upon, which is the metal recycling facility on Cranberry Highway. I'd like to have an update on that, especially there seems to be some discussion throughout the community about, you know, what effect the cease and desist order has, and I'd like clarification on the cease and desist order that was issued. If Mr. Burke can elaborate on that.
Okay, are we going to go one thing at a time so
Yep,
we won't get
absolutely.
confused?
Absolutely.
Okay. So which one are we going first with?
Thank you, Mr. Chair and
2 Sarah Beth?
members of the Board of Selectmen. I realize the late hour, so I'll try and be brief. I am pleased to report that we did have compliance by Mr. Sergi at 2 Sarah Beth with regard to the large trucks and salt issue in the Zone 2 water protection area. He has continued to renew his lease in a commercial zone on Depot Street. He asked my office for a zoning determination regarding that very location, where I'm pleased to say as of today I made sure that I did a drive-by both of the 6 Depot Street location. All 6 large salting and sanding vehicles were on site, and then I proceeded to Sarah Beth, and there were no apparent violations on that property. So Mr. Sergi has continued to comply with the board's wishes and with the make safe order that we gave him several months ago. So I'm still working with the attorney to figure out how to best assess some of the fines that the board did give leeway to assess Mr. Sergi. We do look for voluntary cooperation from any violations. I'm pleased to say we've had pretty good cooperation on a number of fronts where folks sometimes, for lack of proper knowledge or guidance, sometimes violate unnecessarily and are quick to have voluntary compliance with the zoning board. So this was one that seemed to take a little longer than we would have liked. There are fines that are pending, and if they're not paid, I will seek remedy through the town council with the help of the town administrator on how to best levy those as a lien on the property. So, and proceed as guided by town council. But I'm pleased to say it looks like he's in total compliance right now. I hope that continues. As I said the last time, these are mobile vehicles and kind of something that it seemed like it was somewhat of a shell game with these trucks. Like one minute they were in compliance, the next minute they weren't. So we'll continue to monitor that, and that's really all I have.
Now, what was the address on Depot Street?
I believe it's 7 Depot Street.
About what location is that, do you know?
It's right next door to a former nursing facility, and it's right across the street from a small mini mall that has the Chinese restaurant, Cumberland Farms, sub shop. So it is definitely.
Now, you did check the zoning, because I know
Yes.
there's been trucks parked there for years, but I don't know
Yes.
if that
Yes,
is
it was
legal.
former tree and landscaping company before, and they've since either teamed up or allowed him to lease the back of the space. He's fenced it with a new fence to protect his vehicles and also to isolate the vehicles to the back of the yard. And it's definitely not only a commercial zone, but it is also, as I indicate in the letter to him, that it's out of the Zone 2 drinking water protected area. So.
And this has been taking place since when? This is just, now, this was done in March.
Yes, this letter
And
is
been over a
dated
year.
December 1st for the renewal of his lease. Due to some of the enforcement action, the landlord at that property wanted something in writing in order to renew
But
his
what
lease.
I'm getting at is, you cited him in March.
Yes.
Now, he's just
Correct.
moving it now.
No, they've been moved for a while. I'll get the exact date and go over the fines with the attorney, but I thought you just wanted an update for today, so. But they have been moved for a while.
But what I'm getting at is, this thing has been ongoing for a long time.
Yes.
When we cite somebody, we need to work on it as soon as possible. It's just like earlier, we had licenses come in because they were late.
Yes.
And they stated they've been doing that for years. We got a new sheriff in town, we need to act accordingly. And if he's doing something wrong, something needs to be done.
Right.
So, from March till now,
I have about 6 letters to him at
and I drove
various
by there a
times.
couple months after, and I seen trucks all over there. So,
Yep.
but anyway, Mr. Snyder, this is your,
Yeah, it's, Mr. Chairman, and actually, yeah, I specifically did request that Mr. Andrews would follow up on on this issue, because it has been problematic, and I recognize that it's been a tremendous effort undertaken by yourself, Mr. Burke, as well as the chief of police and et cetera, as I understand it, that this gentleman has been very difficult to deal with, and you know, unfortunately, we can't tolerate people who thumb their noses at town bylaws, and I think that the fact that you have had to expend the enormous effort and also enlist the aid of the resources of the Wareham Police Department and other town departments, I hope we are able to recover the maximum fines through Attorney Bowen, and I do appreciate your diligence in following up on this issue.
And I would give credit to the Board of Health and the Water Department, Wareham Water as well, for sending him letters quoting DEP regulation, as well as the Board of Selectmen stepping up, allowing us to fine him, to let him know that we were serious. And also, I think there was some pushback from the town with regard to allowing individuals that owe the town money, that aren't in compliance, to then become contractors for winter plowing. So, you know, we did take a number of different measures, and we involved a number of different departments to do so. But I'm happy that he is in compliance right now, and we'll continue to watch that.
Thank you, Mr. Burke.
Is there any other questions on that one?
I guess my only question is, Mr. Burke, thank you very much. Miles, I appreciate your work on this. I guess my question is, you come here at 11:15 at night, you have prepared documents, you're prepared to discuss the issues, and I appreciate that. Why, Mr. Chairman, why is this not on our agenda? Then what are we doing?
we can put it on the agenda for the next.
It's not urgent. This is not an urgent matter. This has
Miss-
been.
Well,
this is from
I
December
can very simply answer
2
that.
months later, it's not on the, why wasn't this just put on the agenda so we knew it was coming up?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes,
If
Mr.
Mr. Holmes
Snyder.
would allow me to.
Absolutely.
I can certainly answer the question. In fact, you know, I had asked about this issue a couple of times in previous meetings, and the chairman could not have possibly known 48 hours in advance of the meeting. I called Mr. Andrews' office today, asking whether or not an update would be provided, because I thought that the issues were significant to the community, and the community deserved an explanation as to what was going on with respect to both the issue on Cranberry Highway and the issue in Zone 2. It's very simple why it's being discussed here. So again, there was no way that the chairman could have known. That's why it's not on the agenda. But I did ask for an update via the town administrator.
Okay, now on your second one, you had something about the middle.
Yes, Mr. Chair, through you, I did just date this letter today, which is simply a cover letter in response to Mr. Andrews' inquiry to the board, and he just asked for my availability tonight. But I'll try and be brief. And I know this is certainly an item that I have had multiple questions and responded in kind to many people, based on the fact that it's a public hearing coming up in front of the Zoning Board of Appeals. It has been ongoing for certain degrees as a recycling operation at 3127 Cranberry Highway under the name Atlantic Metal Recycling, owned by Mr. Tracy White. It goes back to March when Mr. Tracy White filed for an occupancy permit in a building that was built out by Thomas Michaels Kitchens. So there's no real build-out going on by Mr. White. He looked to lease the back of the space in order to run a recycling operation. I told him and it was described as being an indoor operation for some wire and possibly some copper tubing. I talked to him briefly about keeping records, touching base with police departments as far as what kind of records were kept. I was satisfied that he was going to be doing a recycling operation indoors. All signatures and sign-offs were acquired from the different departments, and they included those applications and permits. He then, in June 15th of 2011, applied to expand the operation to an outdoor salvage yard, at which point it was told to Mr. White that this is an allowable by right use in an industrial zone, but this resides in a commercial strip zone, and under our use regulations would require a special permit issued by the Zoning Board of Appeals. So I said I would issue him a denial letter, which I did, which is present in the packet, and he could apply to the Wareham Zoning Board of Appeals. Subsequently, his schedule to go in front of the Board of Appeals was August 22nd. He applied for a special permit. The board at that time wasn't satisfied with the detail in the plan that was being provided. He was talking about a very large outdoor scale. They wanted to see more detail as far as measurements, screening, lighting, security, all the things that they usually ask before granting any kind of a special permit, as well as listening to the abutters. And to the credit of the Bay Point Condo Association, they live in fairly close proximity in a residential area on Onset the Bay Point Golf Course on Onset. And even though they're in a residential area and this resides in a commercial strip on Cranberry Highway, the way it butts up against the back of the property and the way that the particular outdoor portion of the recycling was going to take place, they were impacted by the noise and wanted to be informed about how they could come forward, which I spoke to them and applaud them for coming forward to go in front of the Wareham Zoning Board for the public hearing. At that point, when I found out he had already started an outdoor recycling operation, I hand-delivered and posted a cease and desist order, and also the next day or the day after, I sent on December 1st, 2011, sent a cease and desist order to Mr. White for the outdoor operation, and also there was a large vehicle parked in the front with unpermitted signage, and he had to move that to the back. So the zoning board meeting was scheduled for 2 weeks after that. I appeared there, and At the request of the applicant, it was postponed until January. They usually grant the applicant at least one postponement. I immediately called the applicant to find out what reason he was postponing, and he told me he was looking for alternative sites, hopefully in the industrial park. It is something that I think we can all agree that recycling is a good thing for the community, a good thing for the environment. He's found that the town of Wareham is a good place to do business, but as we see in many operations, even Home Depot, we get noise complaints from the forklifts when they back up. I get one almost monthly about the loudspeaker at Dunkin' Donuts because of the early morning nature. So sometimes when business intersects with residential, it's not always the best fit. So he's looking for a more suitable location. I don't know what will happen tomorrow night. I don't know how the board will vote. But in the event that the recycling permit is denied, I will make sure that if full compliance isn't achieved right away, as Mr. Cruz, the chairman, says, I will bring him in front of this body to potentially level some fines. So I'm not really happy that it's taken this long. Apparently, some of the scheduling of the Zoning Board of Appeals was delayed due to bog wind and the joint sessions of Walmart. So I don't really control their schedule. But this was denied back in June, June 15th of 11. So thankfully, it's coming to a head tomorrow night in front of the zoning board. They've assured me that they don't grant more than one extension, so they will go forward with the public hearing. I think Mr. White has impacted their decision already by putting the cart before the horse and starting the operation before he was fully permitted. So that's my update on.
Mr. Burke, I want to thank you very much for coming to the meeting tonight on short notice and staying for this extended meeting. But it is truly appreciated because I think that there were a lot of questions regarding both of these issues. And I appreciate your answering them.
Sure.
Was Mr. White invited tonight to this meeting? Mr. Andrews? Thank you.
One thing I have, you have a cease and desist order. It doesn't seem like it's taking effect. It's cut and dry. 11/30/11. It was ordered, so. Anyways, we'll close that one up.
But Mr. Cruz, and that's my question, and that's why I want to make sure that the answer was clear. What I heard Mr. Burke say was that the cease and desist order applied to the outdoor work.
Well, on
Mr. Chair, there's a subsequent letter that clarifies that. So it's unfortunate that the rest of the board didn't know that Mr. Burke was going to be here tonight. In fact, I'm a little bit upset about that because I have a stack this high about this issue, and I would have loved to have gone through this with you, but I'm not going to go by memory, so I'll have to wait till tomorrow night to get some.
Unless we can put it back on the agenda for week after next or whatever.
Well, the zoning board is going to make a decision tomorrow night, so, or at least in the coming days afterwards. It's kind of a moot point, but.
I hope there isn't any other town business. I think we're going to close this thing at 11 o'clock. Sewer business?
I had just a couple things I'd like to place on the agenda for other town business, Mr. Cruz, not necessarily to discuss it this evening. I would like on a future agenda, I'd like to start having the committees, as I had suggested some months ago, come before the board, because I saw some surprising news in the annual report from 2011. And so specifically, I wouldn't mind starting with the recycling committee, if that's possible. And perhaps capital planning, given that town meeting's coming up and there was some information in their annual report that the community might be interested in. capital planning. And then the other for under other town business, there's a huge delay for the MEP, the Massachusetts Estuaries Project, that has been promised to the town of Wareham for some years, and we were all CC'd on letters from the Buzzards Bay Coalition attorney, Corin Peterson, that was requesting some documents. So I just would like to place this, that's just information for the board. The board already has that information. I wonder if we could possibly put this on a future agenda. What's the delay? Well, this isn't a committee. Well,
because I think we were having one or two earlier when Mr. Andrews first started.
well, this, Mr. Chair, it's just a request to put those two on the agenda, and then maybe you could put committees on the next agenda, and maybe make a motion about having a special meeting. I hesitate to make a motion under other town business. So recycle, capital planning, and then the MEP. What's the delay? If we could just put that on the agenda, and then we could all have a discussion about it. I'd appreciate that, Mr. Chair.
I don't know about the 17th or the 24th.
We'll check.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just, again, want this on future agendas. Unfortunately, that's why I made the motion about going beyond the hour of 10 to finish the agenda. We never did get to Contract 3. So I would like Contract 3 put on future agendas, but I would like to have this board look at the design. So if we can, I know this may not be, we're already filling up the 17th, and we're already filling up the 24th, but I would like this board to look at the design of Contract 3. Because from what I understand, there may be significant cost-saving measures by changing the design. But this board will decide that. And Contract 2, I'd like to place on the agenda, because what are the betterments, what are the hookups, what needs to be done to move this forward for the, at least if we inform this board on TV, the citizens will be informed, because no one seems to know.
Well,
We can add Contract 2 and ask Mr. Gifford and Mr. Campina to come forward on the billing. Oh, on the through you, Mr. Chairman, if I could just check with legal counsel, because there's some pending litigation. So let's get clear as to what we can have on. I think the billing side of it, certainly to get an update as to what the billing process, where we are in the billing process. Right. So I will be happy to talk with.
Are you talking about Contract
2?
2.
2.
Okay. So there's no issue with putting Contract 3 on, and having Mr. Campina, perhaps Mr. Judici, and Mr. Gifford, just to look at the design?
Yep.
You know, we skipped over one thing. I was making some notes. Mr. Chairman, if I might maybe just drop back a second. I find it interesting that 4 people came before the board tonight talking about Mr. Andrews' evaluation. I didn't even know we were doing that next week. What is going to be the process for that evaluation? And how do all these people know about it and we don't know about it?
I don't know how they know about it, but I know it's going to be on the agenda.
So the public knows about it before the board does? How does that work?
When we get the agenda,
What is the process?
the process will be put on the agenda, and when we get the agenda, it's notified. They get it from other avenues, then we have a problem with getting information out.
What is the process for the evaluation? Have you determined that? No, I mean, they said it was on the agenda for next week. Is it on the agenda? So what's the, no. What's the process? What are we gonna use for a process to do this evaluation? Is there a form that we received to fill out, or what is the evaluation process? That's what I want to know.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I'm struggling with how this falls under liaison reports.
Well, it was no, I said I wanted to switch back.
Oh, okay, I didn't hear you, Steve.
They went right to sewer business, and I didn't get a chance to ask. And well, I was sitting here taking notes. I just want to know what the process is so we can be prepared for next week, if that's your plan.
Mr. Chairman, is it your plan to develop a process and tell us what it is before the meeting? Would that? I think that's what's.
Mr. Andrews will write up something on his evaluation. That's what he did last year.
And you'll forward it to the board.
Right. He wrote up his chart on what he was expected to do and what he did accomplish, and we went over it.
Yeah. Okay. Right.
And Mr. Chair, can we also get another copy of Mr. Andrews' contract with that self-evaluation?
Yeah, okay. You want to have it sent?
Thank you.